begun. So let's see where we left off. Hey, Wheatley. Okay. And my bot should be running. It probably is. We'll find out later. So where do we leave off? Do I have any outstanding code here? Let's find out. Just server.js. Yeah. So where I left off was trying to figure out what the overseer should do when it starts up. And I said maybe the best thing is that it tries to connect to the other one. So there are only two things that can happen. Either one, open the server for others to connect, or two, connect to other servers, endpoints. So it's either one of these two. If I do this, then I need to disable traffic until ready. And if I do this, then I need to, well, anyway, I think just opening the server makes the most sense. Hey, Orange Ray. Hey, Judge Bacon. Yeah, and that's what I had started to work on, this whole the REST API and the traffic thing. All right, so let's make the server and the client. So this can accept connections to us. I guess it'd be more like TCP server. This can accept connections to us. And there could be something like endpoint client. This will be the outgoing connection to the primary or failover, depending on what we are. But that's not entirely true. There's a lot of things that need to be here. And the endpoint themselves, maybe. There are a couple ways to go about doing this. One is to just start coding it, then find patterns, and then refactor according to the patterns. And the second is to design it so that you come up with the patterns ahead of time. So let's see. We have overseer. There's a primary and a failover. And it needs to act as a server for, well, actually server for pretty much everything, for all endpoints. And a client, actually that's not even true, right? Server for all endpoints. Yeah, I guess so. And a client for most endpoints, at the very least. Contact, hey Reddit George, hey Merlin. Contact their REST APIs. I don't know. This is something I've been dragging my feet over for a while now, of how do I do this, and I think it's important that I just start at some point. Yeah, I think I'm going to split it out as it becomes necessary. So I will split functionality out as it becomes apparent / necessary. So starting the server up, I have this server.js and I don't need net in here. There's a bunch of stuff I'd like to change about this. So message types, this is something that should probably be shared between all of these things. Maybe not. No, I think it should be shared between all of these. So in the shared folder, let's do constants. Message constants. No, I think just calling this messages. I don't know. Message constants is fine. Okay. And here I'm going to put these message types. And we're going to export it. Module.exports equals message types. So then when I require this, I'm going to do require message constants. And then what? I'm going to say like var message constants. Message constants dot foo. Yeah, so I would need to export this like this. I can't do that. I guess I could just export the constants themselves. Just put these things here. Which, what am I doing? Yeah, no, that's totally unnecessary. I could do what I had here. I'm being stupid. Okay, so then we have this. Now I can say const, what's the best way of doing this? I could just say message types equals require dot dot slash shared slash constant slash message constants. And then this should function the same way that it had before. I need to also start up one of these servers from main. So let's take server from server.js and then make one of those as well. New server. And this server takes in a port. So we have to say, we need to say like TCP server port. Then make sure that it exists. Must specify TCP server port. Then we just pass it into the server. That will start up. I wanted to, yeah, combine this into, so we're going to say this dot create server. And that's going to be this stuff. There, cool. And then this stuff is setting up the client to the other one. Yeah, this is going to change. This is going to totally change. In fact, let's pass in is the AWS into here. And then just like the thing that we did before, we'll just save this off. So is master, we figure out based on whether we're on AWS. So let's just start up the server for right now. So now the only thing this class does is it starts up a TCP server and sets up handlers. The handlers in this case are, oh, and I need to switch this over to use logging. In fact, let's probably just do that now. That's probably a better idea. How do I use logging here? Let's take a look at this. There. So now every console dot can change into probably just info, right? Socket closed. Were any of these error messages? Nope, they were all just logs. Okay, we can change it. So the handlers that we have here, hey Sick. Let's run a giveaway at the very beginning of the day. Hey Mike. Merlin wins. Servers listening, set up socket listeners when we actually get a connection. The socket listener has a socket data handler and handles messages. So since there's nothing being established on the other end here, nothing will actually connect to this. But this should, let's try this out. It should at least run. No, it won't run. I need the, yeah, I need a couple things. One is JSON over TCP, which should have been in package JSON. It is not. Did I install this anywhere? I likely did not, and I wanted to wait. Yeah, I didn't. So let's just do npm install -- save JSON over TCP. Spet says there are a lot of error logs. What do you say? And yeah, yesterday was President's Day. Yesterday viewership was actually pretty good. So was the number of follows. I think I got 25, which is like on the upper end for me. The low end is like 4 or 5, which is still pretty good. But I'm spoiled on the days that I get more than that. Okay, yeah, so must specify the port. TCP server port we can just say is like 7895 for now. So now this should run. Shouldn't have any errors. Address in use. Something else is using 7895 on my system. Or I specified the wrong thing. No, it appears as though it's just in use. Okay, let's just pick a different port. 8901. Okay, well, there we go. So instead of saying server is listening on that, server is listening, TCP server is listening on that, I think. You should take a day off since you didn't take President's Day off. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I see what you were saying about this. Let me take a look at something else. If I load up overseer here and do server, console.error. No, so what I was asking about is, were there any console.errors here? I know that there are error handlers, but I only printed them as console.log, so I probably should change that at some point. And yeah, as far as taking days off goes, I'm probably going to take something in April, and there's probably going to be a lot of vacation toward the end of the year because we have some trips planned. And I want to get as many days into Botland as I can. I also want to take vacation, sure, but there's a balance. Can't have everything. Alright, so the server's starting up. Now, what did I say I wanted to do here? Just start the servers, and they should only accept traffic. Well, they should always be accepting certain kind of traffic, I guess. Like if one's online, it can respond to certain messages. So something's going to have to keep track of the state of all of this. Did you get your haircut? Yes, I did. Captain says, can I make an app for iPhone and Android with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript? Yeah, you can. So you should look into, I'll paste these in the chat. Look into PhoneGap, Cordova, Electron, and perhaps other similar technologies. So yeah, there are a bunch of things out there, and I haven't used really any of these, but something like this. Easily create apps using the web technologies you know and love, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So you make this, you make your mobile app, and then you can publish it to any platform you want, pretty much. Okay. So yeah, there needs to be fine control over what kind of traffic we're accepting. I think main should be something should manage a state. So I mean, it could be main for right now. And then if I want to switch this out later, so then is accepting traffic would have to be better control here. What did I accomplish yesterday? It was, a lot of it was making this set of notes. So these things that you see over here, they're the DevOps things that I filed from Google Docs. Then I started working on some of the architecture here, the infrastructure. So I now have the Botland infra repository, and I've started working on the overseer, and that's about it. So there hasn't been too much progress, and it's not even doing anything yet. It starts a REST server that has no meaningful APIs, and I'm going to make it now communicate with sort of itself. It will exist as two instances, so they need to communicate with each other. So I think as far as the state of the application, we could say something like traffic manager or something like that. And then I guess, how would I do this? Weedly, a website designed to work for smartphones. So I'm gonna simplify this a bit. and partially because I haven't done it before. When you load a web page on your phone, you have a bunch of browser Chrome. So you see like an address bar at the top and maybe some buttons. And when you want to look at something full screen or with native controls, you want to use the platform's web view, whatever that is. And then from there, you'd want, on iPhone, you have certain controls you expect. And on Android, you have certain controls you expect. So doing that's typically what PhoneGap will accomplish for you, is it'll say, hey, you can call, I don't know, maybe button in HTML, and we'll make it look like an OS button. Or maybe there's some other kind of special widget. So maybe there's just a widget tag that you get access to, and they can convert that for you into whatever it looks like. So I think that's the general expectation from those libraries and frameworks. I have debated doing this the Redux way, which is what Monadic Bind has suggested to me. So if I were to do that, the state could all be stored in reducers. Well, not stored in reducers. Okay, let's say I made a traffic manager. It would know what the current state is. Have I started up? Have I connected to other endpoints? I think that using so then something would need to tell it this. I think I'm just going to make it main for now. I think main will just be the traffic manager for now. Although I do like the simplicity of main as it is. And I don't want this to get out of control. So I will make a traffic manager. Okay, let's do that. So let's say this is traffic manager.js. And we'll do this, traffic manager. So this has is the AWS and probably a whole bunch of other stuff. But there we go for now. If you did get a haircut, probably a good thing with all decisions planning and general hair pulling stuff you'll be doing. Yeah, and Merlin, by the way, you should have a whisper from Botlad. Assuming this stuff even works any longer, let's take a quick look. So if I type info, who does it think is in chat? Where's the in chat? I see in chat 26. Oh, really? That seems very fast to get 26 people. And does it see you, Merlin, in here? Yeah, it does. So yeah, you should have a whisper. Okay, cool. And if you feel like using it, you can use it. If not, you can sell it on the black market, make a ton of money. So this class is responsible for keeping track of the current state so that it can control traffic flow. I think the better way of doing this, and Merlin, the token expires in about 8 hours. So as long as you use it before the end of today's stream, you should be fine. MCS Mike says, it must take a lot of self-discipline to work on this game every day. You must get tired of it sometimes. I think the frustrating parts for me are when I'm stuck on a problem for a long time. The game itself, like, I'm excited to work on it and everything. Today, for example, I need to design this, and I'm not putting in the amount of thought I need to toward it. So I think this is going to end up being bad. Like, one of the things I'm thinking about now is everything that's incoming or outgoing should just flow through here so that this thing can determine the state. But then it would probably want to inspect messages as well. So Traffic Manager could just have APIs that allow traffic to flow through it, network traffic, But then it would need to inspect the traffic to figure out what state it's supposed to be in. An easier way would just be to have the servers and the clients slash servers inside the overseer tell the traffic manager what just happened, and it can become what are those things called? Why can't I think of this? Oh well, it doesn't matter. So I should make one of these as well. So traffic controller. And when I construct this, so the REST servers need to know about it. And I guess, yeah, let's do new traffic controller. Const traffic controller equals new traffic controller is AWS. And then this is no longer needed. Now we can pass in the traffic controller itself. Kill it. It's a good thing you're planning now. Can you imagine if you spur the moment, put it together when you have thousands of lines of code? Well, so one of the good things that I'm doing right now is that I'm planning for scalability. So if Botland is at all successful, I mean, let's say I wasn't planning for scale, and I don't know, I threw something really quickly together, and maybe it takes 2 weeks, and so game servers can be spun up on the fly. That's the one thing I do. Well, the problem is, once there are enough people who want to play, if this thing's really going to take me 3 months to do, then that's 3 months where people can't really play the game. So doing this right now is a great idea. And Root Killer, I'll probably run some giveaways throughout the day. Like control endpoints. So then each of these servers can register itself, and it's probably important to know which one's which. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. Let's still figure out how I'm going to do this exactly. So in the REST server, we'll take this. This turns into a traffic controller. We save that off. The isAcceptingTraffic function. We'll just return next for here. And I don't think there's anywhere else that we use that. No, that was it. So then same thing in the other server that we have. We're going to take this in. We're going to save this off. And the traffic controller, maybe it shouldn't know about the servers. Did I call this traffic manager? Seriously? That was... What did I call it in here? I did call it traffic manager. Why did I start using traffic controller? This does not even exist. Okay, let's change it. Although, I think this is more like... This is really just the state of the application. Huh. Let me see something. State. What is this thing called? What are those? Why can't I think of this? There's an incredibly simple name for something that... Oh, finite state machine. That's right. Oh my god. All right. So this thing is essentially just the finite state machine. It doesn't actually have traffic flow through it. And this makes me think that a class isn't really necessary here. And I don't know. Maybe it just pops up this stuff. Yeah, I think I'm going to change this everywhere. Let's just call this state machine. So that traffic flow can be controlled. My brain is already fried. Yeah, it kind of feels that way. Not entirely, but it does feel like I'm working at a slower rate than I would normally be. And I don't mean like typing or something. I just mean I'm thinking slowly, and I don't like it when that happens. But anyway, let's rename all of this stuff. So traffic controller we're gonna rename to state machine. And I think I am going to use pub subs here for this stuff. I think it would get out of control if I did something different. Maybe not. So then when it comes to using the state machine, we'll say this, change these here. The REST server takes it in. Good. And this takes it in. Okay, so those things have been passed everywhere. And having them is just, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it's that useful actually. I think having a pub sub instead is a better idea. Why did I just head against a pub sub originally? Because I thought I could just pass classes around when I need to. And that works fine until multiple things need to handle a message. For example, let's say an event happened where an endpoint went down. I might want to publish out to my servers. Yeah, this does need two-way communication. All right, pub sub it is. And let's. So I have this here. This uses Lodash and it uses assert. And that's it. So let's open this. I would put this in shared somewhere. I just don't entirely know where. Like I have constants logging. Logging uses node modules and it has Winston in it. I guess I make another one. Like util. And then there could be the networking stuff in there. No, I think I just make util here. Paste pub sub in. Okay, great. Now this won't work until I do npm init. Actually, I don't want to do that. I want to just copy it from my other folder here. Where was it? Logging. Let's say package.json. Open this up. This is going to be util. Dependencies. We will add in Lodash, and that should be that. Now that should be ready to be used. And now we can make. Now finally, we can make a pub sub here. And not whatever stupid stuff I was doing. Pub sub. And the way that I made this in main, I imported it. Oh, I gotta probably change that too. Setup pub sub did what? Just make a new one. Yeah. Okay, this shouldn't be too bad. I just gotta make sure that I didn't export this. I did. Okay. Well, that can't work. We gotta change that. So we say module.exports equals pub sub. And we make sure that there are no imports here. That actually was not a good search for this. Import, yeah. All right, so we have the pub sub now. Now that's what we should be using instead of the state machine. Or maybe there's both. Yeah, honestly, it could be both. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Const pub sub equals new pub sub. So then when we pass this stuff in, I think the pub sub should be first. This is pretty important. And now this doesn't need a link to the state machine any longer. They can communicate via pub sub. So, like I said, I don't think this was the best way I could have ever thought of this, but we're getting there. We're getting slightly better, I think. I don't know. So the state machine doesn't exist in here, and over here we have the pub sub. All right, great. So then there should be some subscriptions on some of these things just to make sure that this stuff works. I think the state machine needs some initial state. Oh, and this needs a pub sub. And so we could just say this dot is accepting traffic equals false. So anytime this changes is when we would want to send this out. Or do we want to query this exactly? See, I don't know, and that's where I think just as I figure out what these requirements are, I can adjust this. Okay, because yeah, either I'm storing this in each particular thing, or I do have a reference to this. This is where coming up with the traffic flow from start to finish is a really good idea. Chat's so slow. There aren't a whole lot of people here. So when this thing starts up, it first needs to query the other server. In fact, I should probably have done that stuff first before making a traffic controller. And it needs to make sure that these things could start correctly. If any of this failed, and I don't know how it could fail, then yeah, there'd be an issue here. I'm not happy with any of this. Oh, that's why I did this. Because when starting the server, I need to make sure that traffic can't join this thing until we're ready. So when we say create server here, we actually set up server handlers. Yeah, we need to know at any given time. This listening listener, I don't know why that needs to exist there. So TCP server is listening. So then on a connection, we can only accept this if we're currently allowed. Having the state machine would actually let us know if that's allowed right now. Or we could just say that it's, yeah, this is where I'm gonna do this a little bit differently. I'm gonna say create server. Let's do this dot allow connections. Allow new connections equals false. So let's see how this would work. This starts up. When does this get set to true? This gets set to true once it has learned the state of the system. Yeah, and that's the part I'm not sure about. Okay, so let's think about this for a second. When would this get set to true? It could be when we connected the primary / secondary together. The only way for that to even take place is if it's already true. So maybe we always allow connections, and then our handshake lets us know, and then our handshake checks that variable. And the handshake would include what kind of endpoint is trying to talk to us. So that means that an overseer can talk to an overseer even if it's not ready yet. I think that's a good way. So allow new connections is more like it's kind of allow new connections. I'm not sure. Yeah, so then this to-do item down here we get rid of. Set up socket listeners. We have data, error, and close. And in the socket data handler, the very first thing we'd expect So we need to save off any sockets that we get. No one said this would be easy. Okay, so let's save the sockets that we get. So we probably want to assign IDs to each socket. No, sockets already have IDs. Right? Do they? I don't actually know. Let's find out. Inspect socket. So this would mean that we need to put all of this stuff here. Establish overseer connection. I don't like this stuff. So we should start this on 3000. What am I doing? Just what am I doing? That's weird, right? No, that's not weird. Class pub sub. Block scope declarations not allowed unless we do use strict. Let's put this here. Okay, cool. So we can't connect to the other server yet, but when I do this, infra overseer run, I can't just do run here. I need to have the port be set to 3001. And yeah, both of these things be changed. That's where copying the old, okay, let's do this. Code JavaScript overseer. I had a run.cmd in here. Run client, run server. Yeah, here. Okay. Yeah, we need to do something like this. Hey, Echo. Even you, Mr. Streamer. Alright, so let's set these basic ports, and then if... So we'll say title primary overseer OV. And then go to run secondary. Actually, that's not true. Run primary. Yeah, run overseer is just this. Otherwise, go to run overseer 2. And this is set port equals, yeah, so this stuff. And now title, actually I should swap these things. OV primary and OV secondary. Go to run overseer. Yeah, sounds good. Okay. Then there's one other thing I wanted to change here. What is it? Oh yeah, call this run secondary overseer. Hey, Walter. Remember us little folk. Okay, so now we have a way of running the second one. So let's try this. Run 2. Duh, I keep doing this from the wrong folder. Run 2. So they should talk to each other now. E address and use port 3000. Why was that even attempted? If %1 equals 0, run this. Run secondary overseer. Set port equals... No. No, something's wrong. What is wrong here? Let's just take the echo off. Kill Echo 9 Hotel. Set port equals 3000. Oh, it's not called port, that's why. It's called TCP server port, as evidenced by what was written above. Oh, good. Okay, so now it should connect. Cool, and we got what the socket is. So that was important. I just wanted to see if there's an ID in here, and it doesn't look like there is. What? How does... Interesting. Well, I could associate an ID with this. Let's take a look. Console.log. Let's just do stringify socket.id. I just want to make sure it's not in there. I don't think it is. this didn't get a connection to it. Yeah, it's undefined. Okay. So yeah, the whole point of this was that when I get this, let's say this dot socket connected. Actually, all these handlers should be somewhere else, huh? Socket connected, socket. Let's take all of that stuff and just say this dot socket connected dot bind this, put this stuff into here, get rid of these things. Cool. So when a socket connects, we can save this off in all of the connected sockets. We probably give it an ID. Next socket ID equals 0. So the thing is, we can't just overwrite if it already had an ID, should this API ever change. Could be different ways of doing things. Maybe I wrap socket in another, like an endpoint or something like that, and then endpoint knows if it's been started up or not. Not necessarily going to be connected via a socket though. But I guess that's the point of the abstraction. Okay, for now this is what I'm going to do. So when a socket connects, oh, we also need to keep track of all the sockets that we have. This dot sockets. So when a socket connects, let's do const ID equals next socket ID plus plus. Socket. We need to check to see if this thing exists already. Yeah, so if util.exists socket.id, then there's a big problem. Because we're not, that's not okay. We can just say botland ID. Infra ID. No, I'll just say ID. So if it already exists, then we'll just assert. We don't have assert here, but we can get it. Asserting inside this code's a bad idea, actually. Let's just name it something that's not going to exist. Infra ID. Or botland ID. There. This is until we wrap this with something else. So I'll write this up here. To do storing an ID inside a socket is not a great idea. I should wrap the socket class. And then when we get a connection, we say, so, well, there's no way socket has botland ID in it, so I don't think we need to verify this. Plus, we already wrote a to-do item that would need to be fixed. So let's just do socket.botland ID equals ID. And then this dot sockets ID equals socket. All right, good. So now we have that handler. Now this will be connected, but we're not necessarily accepting data on it yet. So the very first thing we expect, we could actually change its data handler if we wanted to. Or we could just have a state for each socket, which further implies that we need to wrap this class. Okay, so the only issue is that people connect to us differently here. So maybe we just wrap the socket class for right now. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So let's do that. I don't want to call this though. I think endpoint makes the most sense. Socket endpoint. So this takes in a socket, and that's kind of it for right now at least. And we save that off. And so that's our class so far. It also needs to know whether a handshake has been done yet, because connections are going to be allowed between any endpoints. We also should probably identify what this is connected to, but I think the class can probably handle this, the server. So now we would require socket endpoint. So that when a socket connects, we don't have an ID there. I guess we have an ID here, ID. And that fixes our to-do item. So now in connected sockets, which I never even, sockets here. This changes to connected sockets. So we get the ID, we make a new socket, and then we probably put the handlers, I think we can keep them in this class actually. Socket endpoint equals new socket endpoint ID socket. So then, should these just be sockets or should they be a socket endpoint? Nothing is storing this right now. So no, this has to be a socket endpoint. And then we write a get ID, return this dot ID, and a get socket. Watcher says, I really think you should pump up your sound sometimes. Got Spotify playing at 2% and you at 100%? I mean, I could turn the sound up. No one's ever complained about this before. At least I don't think. The last time they did, at least, I turned my sound up. And it could be that I wasn't sitting close to the microphone. Does anyone else have any sound issues? Or am I just generally a lower sound level than whatever audio you guys play? Music or other YouTube videos or Twitch or something? Not here. I think it's a Twitch thing. All other Twitch streams are low for me. Also, hey everyone. Yeah, I'm not sure, Walter. And I don't want to deafen everybody else. I think the other thing you could do is you could get the Spotify app on your computer, and then if you're on Windows, you can use the Windows sound, whatever this thing is called, sound mixer. Yeah, the mixer to make Spotify however much you want. Sound is fine when at 100%, not complaining about that. Just saying in comparison to Spotify. Oh. Well, my microphone is set to 50%, but I think that's... Maybe tomorrow I'll try something different. Which, by the way, one of the other things, piece of news from yesterday. So Botland went down over the weekend, and I did find out why. The spending limit was reached on the account, which is just a big relief to me because I was worried I'd have to contact support or something like that. When the spending limit is reached, I had it set up so that it doesn't spend any more money. I mean, that's what a spending limit is, right? But sometimes it could just warn you. Well, the next billing cycle starts in, I think, 2 or 3 days. I couldn't really tell. It said, I think on Friday it'll be back online. And so I wrote that I could bring this online sooner than that, but it'd probably be a hassle or cost money. Well, I could up the volume a little bit. I think it's at like 48 right now. I will set it to 51. Let's do that. There, I am now 3% louder. Adam, I didn't get to watch yesterday. Do you have any updates on Twitch partnership? Oh, the Twitch partnership thing was rejected a week or so ago. So yeah, I will not be a Twitch partner apparently. Okay, so we have this stuff in here. Now, when we say set up socket listeners, I guess we can get the socket that we had here. const socket equals socket data handler, and this needs to know probably the socket endpoint. Okay, let's take that same thing that we had from here. I'm quitting Twitch. I formally quit. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Focus. Or Flocus. I can't tell if that's an I or an L. Oh, it's an L. Okay, Flocus. Thanks for the follow. Why rejected? I assume it's because my viewership numbers aren't high enough with all the garbage that's on here. Yeah, so I think that in general, I mean, there are the guidelines on Twitch that you should have at least 500 concurrent viewers on average, which I'm sure you guys have seen a lot of different partners on Twitch who don't average that anymore if they ever did. And yeah, there are some partners on Twitch who get like 20,000 every day. But I do imagine it was a viewership thing. Okay, well now that I have this ID, the endpoint itself can know whether it was connected or not. Yeah, maybe that's a good idea. In which case the handler shouldn't even be here. Except for it would need to know the state of the system. I'm getting nowhere very quickly. 80 to 100 people watching all the time is a real requirement. Yeah, that's probably correct, Mike, from what I've seen of other creative streamers. And I feel like I'm going to get there in maybe a couple months at this rate. I have this, well, this is not my site or anything, but there's a site that tracks how many people have been watching since like the very beginning of the stream. And so the average viewer count as of late has been 43. It actually hasn't been rising. It seems like it should. But it's kind of interesting. I am the 2500th most viewed stream by average viewer or concurrent viewers. Which, considering that I don't have that many followers compared to them or views, that's actually pretty decent, I think. Do you have peak view counts? Yeah, and I think it peaks at 60s or 70s sometimes lately, but that doesn't stay that way for that long. I think what's kind of weird is that, yeah, I've gotten a lot of followers, but it doesn't necessarily mean the concurrent viewers is going up. And whatever. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things to attribute that to. By the amount of channels in their database, not all of Twitch. Yeah, I think Modest Tim is definitely right. I mean, I don't think they query Twitch, but I do think they've got data on all of the streamers who have more than 10 viewers at any given time. Maybe that's not true. Would that make sense though? When I go into like the League of Legends channel, there are 20 streams or so that have 500 or more viewers. So if we were to say that, 60 streams have more than 50 viewers? And it's like that in most channels, and there were like 40 games. Yeah, no, I think it's reasonable. And yeah, Modest Tim, you can definitely link something. And yeah, once Botland has better graphics and a better interface, and I'm not working on this stuff, and I hopefully know what I'm doing, then yes, I think more people might start watching. Ooh, Social Blade, what's this? Huh, user created back in August 2013. Yeah, I didn't really start streaming until after that. C+ rank. Wow, -2 follows. Daily average +8 followers. monthly average 24 or 240. I consider my daily average to be the days that I'm actually streaming. This is really cool though. I'm gonna put this into the twinge thing that I had. Phantom today, twinge. I'll put another timestamp there, not that matters. So let's say twinge or what, social blade. There. And thank you, Modest Tim. I wasn't sure about that. I've seen streamers get partnership with less than 500 viewers. One got it from streaming less than 2 weeks. So the other thing that they have is if you have a very large YouTube following, then they'll give you partnership on Twitch. And that makes sense, right? I mean, imagine you're like a media giant on Twitch or on YouTube, and then you want to join Twitch. You'd probably, after being treated preferentially by YouTube for a while, you probably wouldn't want to go to a video platform where they don't treat you like that. How long did we take to get to 1K again? I mean, it's probably in those graphs if you look at them. If you just click this, 1K followers was at, well, there's no, you can't, the granularity isn't good enough to, oh wait, no. Yeah, I can't, I think it was Thursday. Sorry, I thought this was going by week for a second. I think it was December 3rd. So the stream had been online for almost 3 months. It started September 8th. So it took about 3 months to get to 1,000, and 3 months later would put us at March 3rd. And I don't think I'm on track for 2,000. So I definitely think the follower count has slowed down. Well, what? Future projections? This is now. Yeah, it thinks it would take like 2 months to get there. I wonder how this plans this out. Huh. Any tips on how to become better at programming? I think it's a lot of practice. Talking to people. If you have any questions, ask. Don't assume how things work necessarily. Just try it out. If you're already practicing, then I'd say learn how to become good at debugging. Debugging is a very, very helpful skill. And if you know those things, then learn how to become better at code design. And if you know all of that, then go back to practicing more. But if you want any specific tips, you can ask me about, I don't know, a language maybe, or probably average growth per unit of time and apply that. I doubt it, because I think with followers, I think it's almost always going to be more of a curve than linear. Because when you start, you're going to get very few followers, and then as you pick up, you're going to go faster and faster usually, because you'll go to the top of whatever channels you're at. Although for mine, it actually has been relatively linear. I don't know. When will I blossom? Yeah, so what I was working on here is wrapping this endpoint connection. And I think keeping track, I think this thing can just keep track of it. So let's do this. A socket needs to know whether the handshake has been done or not. Handshake finished equals false. So let's just modify this here. Who said there couldn't be a squared x coordinate involved? Well, thanks for following, Modest Tim. Oh, Black, if you are just a beginner, I suggest starting there maybe. If you want to learn how to code, which is, sorry, that's not even a command in my chat. You think I'd know what my own commands are. Learn Python? Yeah. Okay, so if socket.handshake finished, then handle messages normally, else only accept handshake messages, which all of them should be following this protocol. So I need to get message type, message constant. We're gonna make handshake start. Water. Maybe I put oh, I could just add a Twitter link. Oh no, Wouter, I know what 4chan is. I don't typically go there. I just know what it is. Twitter. So Twitter is decently important, but what's more important, I think, is this link. But still, I'll also link to Twitter. You can find, say this, if you also want all other social media links, check out http bot.land. Okay. Okay, there we go. So only accept handshake messages. I guess we could just say const allowed. I don't know. Let's just do this. If message type not equal to message types dot. This is stupid. I don't like this. I just don't like any of this. I don't like what I'm coding right now. Allowed message types equals null. And then in here we can say allowed message types equals, and we should have, yep, message types dot, and we'll say handshake start. And then if util dot exists, allowed message types, and underscore dot, how do we, I always forget the Lodash thing here. How do you pronounce your Twitter handle? It's Xtonymous. So Xtonymous is the name of the company. Xtonymous LLC is the name of the company that I founded with Ian. And we don't really want to make that very prominent. The reason the Twitter handle is Xtonymous and not Botland is because we figured if we're doing future games, then yeah, it makes sense to have a company handle and not a game handle. Oh, hey, Warbox. Oh, dev docs even for Lodash? Man, I don't ever know when something's going to be in dev docs. There it is. But which Lodash version am I using? Infra overseer package. Lodash 4. Okay, cool. Let's use that. Enable. Alright, so contains. How do I search Lodash for contains? Collection? Okay. There was something that started with, oh, includes, that's what it was. Checks if value is in collection. Yeah. So if underscore dot includes allowed message types, message type, then we can handle it. Otherwise, actually we could just do this here. Alright, so if it doesn't work, then we say logger.error got message type when we are only allowing JSON.stringify allowed message types. And then we return. So now we'll only allow handshakes when a socket hasn't had its handshake be finished. And thank you. Black, white. Focus says, a friend began to learn C++ a month ago. Not a good idea for first language, right? No, I think it's fine. It all depends on how motivated you are. Anything is a good first language if you're going to stick with it, which means that I would, so if I'm qualifying it with if you're going to stick with it, then I would say languages that are easier to stick with are good first languages to learn. And then it becomes like Python or JavaScript or BASIC or something like that. But if you're motivated any language is a good choice. Now I want handlers for all of these things. So let's set up a list of handlers. Const handlers equals, say, message types dot handshake start. This dot handle handshake start. I don't know if having a function for each of these is a good idea, but we'll bind it to this and the socket endpoint and I guess the JSON object in case there's anything else there. In fact, all of these things should probably be that way. Maybe we'll bind them all. Yeah, we'll bind them all at the beginning. So socket data handlers. Let's, when we do create server, set up server handlers. I think it should be in here. Yeah. So this dot setup socket handlers. Setup socket handlers. Okay, cool. So here we have our handlers. Let's take this out of here, put this here. And then we'll go through each of them. Underscore dot for each handlers. And what does this take as a key value? I don't ever remember. For each. I can't search for each like that. Oh, I had to search underscore dot for each. Okay, got it. Iterates over elements of collection, invoking iterate for each element. The iterate is invoked with 3 arguments: value, index, or key. Okay, got it. So value, comma, key. And we're gonna say handlers key equals value dot bind this. Oh, we need a socket endpoint in here. Oh, I didn't think of this. I think this is a bad idea. I also think this shouldn't have been this. This should have been this dot handlers. Okay, then this is all stupid. So let's get rid of it. The Void Dreamer conspiracy. We finally get to learn about this. Okay, so first of all, I don't have a girlfriend, I have a wife. Second of all, Void Dreamer is not my wife. Oh, man. Alright, there. It's been denied by Adam at the very least. I gotta make sure that those articles get cleaned up, by the way, by the time Botland launches. So it's not harming anyone right now, but yeah, I think that's gonna be relatively unprofessional once the game's released. I'll update it. No, you don't, like I said, you don't have to do anything right now. I think it's fine. Whoever wanders around the wiki, which will be like one person every month. My wife's Twitch username. She's actually, I think she said hi in chat before. So there, ooh, let the witch hunt begin. Alright, so handlers. Down here, we'll know what handler we have, so we can just say this dot handlers message type. Let's do const handler equals this. And then if not util.exists handler, then logger.error could not find a handler for the message type. And return. And if we could find a handler, then we simply call it. So we apply this comma and then a bunch of arguments. I think we just do call. Let me find out how this works. Hey, Skynet. Okay, so clear out of this stuff. Let's do a equals function foo console.log this dot x console.log foo. No, closed it. There we go. Okay, so if I call A with hi, it's going to say undefined and then hi. Good. So now if I do a dot call x5 6. Yeah, cool. So we can pass this in. All right, just making sure I'm doing this correctly. And then we'll pass in the socket endpoint and the JSON object. Spam deleted. There have been 2 spammers in 2 days. Huh. There was a lull in spam, and now it's back. So each handler now needs the same signature. So we're going to put this socket endpoint JSON object. And this is handshake start, so we can say socket endpoint dot handshake finished equals true. And then we know what endpoint it is. Hello, arbitrary Twitch chatter. All right. Created February 16th, 2016. For this to have any sort of... Did you customize the profile? 0 following? I don't think this is my wife. I think this is accurately named. Does the call function execute in the context of a certain object? Yes, it does. That is totally right, Mike. Chat's got another mystery on their hands. So, I really... Let me see what I'm doing right now. So then I need to simulate having this handshake procedure. What's my wife's actual name? I'm not going to be sharing that. And I probably won't be sharing her Twitch name either, although I don't think she does anything on Twitch except for coming to this chat every once in a while. And by your name, you are not his wife. That's stupid. Good God. Where did this stuff even come from? Alright, whatever. His wife's actual name is 13531. She's an android. Okay, so the handshake. So then when we reach out to... This did not get commented back in correctly. Establishing connection to overseer is connected to overseer. So the state manager, the pub sub, none of this stuff is even being used right now. That's just too bad. So establishing connection to overseer. This is done here. We try connecting, then we say is connected to overseer is true, and then we're no longer establishing a connection. But that's not even, that's not even totally correct. We need to make sure that we can send the handshake to the overseer. Otherwise, we're not going to be connected. Oh, God. Oh, Wheatley. Definitely not. All right. So once you've connected, we don't write greeting. I guess we write handshake start on it. And we don't know for sure whether we've actually connected to the primary yet. So there's... This should just be a single state, I think. We should probably say something like this. Const connection to other connection state. Let's say not connected. We'll say connecting or connected. Connected but no handshake is different from, so we'll say partially connected. You have connected the socket but have not done a handshake. And then there's going to be fully connected is 3. And then attempting to connect is 2 actually. So let's add 1 to each of these. Okay, cool. So your socket has yet to connect, not connected, and then you have connected and performed the handshake. I bet I was going to talk about chat in bed tonight. I mention chat whenever it's done something particularly funny. What happened yesterday that I was talking about? I think the numbers thing was funny. I don't know if I mentioned that though. Was there anything else? Also, I finally watched some of those videos from yesterday. That trap remix thing and something else. Rug linked some video about what was that? Oh, Dr. Robotnik. Something about ham. It's just YouTube amazes me sometimes. So the connection state, I had been keeping track of this stuff here. Establishing connection to overseer. We're just going to say this dot connection state to overseer equals connection state dot not connected. Kazoo Kid is off the chain. That video, I'd feel bad if I was that kid, because he's going to grow up and then no one will ever forget that video. So establishing the connection to overseer, all we need to do here is if this dot connection state is not equal to connection state dot not connected. Let me do this. Did I add your quote? Which quote? There were, well, I don't know. The only quote I was thinking of adding was this one. It's just random stuff by the Pecking Bird. In fact, I should do that. It was, I need an idea for an Android app. And then the Pecking Bird said, an app that after several photos tells you the circumference of your head, you know, for hat fanatics. For TF2 players. All right, getting back into the server code here. So I need to modify this. This is establishing connection to overseer. This should be done away with, I think. So now we change connection state to overseer equals connection state dot attempting to connect. Cool. This turns into that we've connected. If there's an error, then we're no longer connected, I guess. Or, well, no. If this is, if this dot connection state to overseer equals connection state dot attempting to connect, then we say that we're not connected. Okay, where else do we have this? So and on end, we also say that we're not connected. Okay, so then finally, we have is connected to overseer. So we can delete this reference to it. We say if, well, this could have changed to a function, I guess. But we say if this dot connection state to overseer equals connection state dot not connected, then establish it. And if we are fully connected, this dot connection state dot fully connected. Then we try pinging it. And that's it. Okay. Hey, Void Dreamer. Lights aren't working. Set them to random. It didn't do anything. Wait, what? You tried setting them to random twice. Isn't it possible that it just shows this color twice? Let's find out. Let's mash the random button. Oh, this is definitely working. I think you just got unlucky. Yeah, I think you were just unlucky. Oh, that's never happened before. That was weird. Okay, so now there's a connection that happens to these things. And so when we have the handshake part working, we can say this dot connection state to overseer, if the socket endpoint is the overseer, of course, which we only know when the handshake is done. This is where we will find out what kind of endpoint we're talking to. And then what we might do here is this. He got unlucky they didn't work? No, what I'm saying is there's a random button, right? Which randomly picks a color. And so if you press it, let's say the color, the lights are set to like OXFF0000. And then you randomly press the button and it gets set to like FE0000. They can't really render that difference. And if they can, you probably can't tell the difference, I guess. So that you could press it once and it'll do that, and then I could set it back to this. So it's working. It's just unlucky that it picked the same one a couple of times, and he only sent exactly 2 messages. So that may be what happened. I don't know. I need to look at what random number it generated. This is where we find out what kind of endpoint we're fully connected to, or we're talking to. So this should be stored in the socket endpoint. We should know what endpoints exist. So when I have constants here, I feel like there needs to be another one for endpoint types.js, and we'll say endpoint types. So there's just going to be overseer for now. And we want to take this, endpoint types. Buy me more jewelry. Wait, what? Voyager, I thought you said you'd take a picture when the bandage is off. Here's after it was bandaged and wrapped up. This is just a picture of someone with a bandage on their finger. All right, the last part to do here is to identify this, and that's during the handshake. And this should be, the JSON object should have this. So const endpoint type equals JSON object dot endpoint type. So then we say if endpoint type equals endpoint types dot overseer, then we know we fully connected to the overseer. And we should also be storing this inside socket endpoint dot set endpoint type. Endpoint type. Which means we need a function here for this in socket endpoint here that just does this endpoint type equals endpoint type. Endpoint type equals probably null. Maybe we say like none assigned, and then we put overseer here. This is useful. This represents that an endpoint has not set that. Well, I don't know, curiosity, ever consider getting LASIK? I thought about it. I think you can only do that if what, your corneas are thick enough, and I never even looked into that. Looked into it. Ha. Your wife's hands are really masculine. Hey, HSRU. You haven't been in the chat for a long time. Well, like months. I just haven't seen you talking if you've been in chat. Well, welcome back. Also, is there any sort of extension that keeps track of this stuff for me? How long people have been in chat for? Or how long it had been? I guess my bot's supposed to do that and just doesn't do a very good job of that. So we can say endpoint types dot not assigned. And then we need to include endpoint types. So this is coming from, let's do const endpoint types equals require shared constants endpoint types. I feel like Handshake Finish will be here. Hope you've had a lot of progress during that time. Yeah, I think so. Botland is currently down right now on the central server, although it'll be back up on Friday, so I could show it off then, I think. my bot is not doing anything. My bot is sitting there counting down the days until the heat death of the universe, when it can finally retire. More like the heat death of my CPU, because that thing's probably getting replaced soon. Okay, so we finally find out who we're talking to. We can set this in here, and now we know that we're fully connected to the other overseer. But we need to exchange more data about who's who. So fully connected doesn't mean that we've done anything else. 37 minutes left on the current Humble Bundle. Why is Botland down? I apparently hit the spending limit on my Azure account. So I have to wait till the next billing cycle. But I'm glad that it was just a spending limit thing and not that, you know, it's like a terms of service violation. Okay, so I need to test this. And I want to make this a little bit simpler too. Connected sockets, create server, overseer socket. This isn't even used, is it? Like, this should be no different from any other endpoint. Maybe it should be. No, this does need to exist, I think. Ping overseer. So where does this get set exactly? Yeah, this is special. Okay. So in create server, we need to figure out whether or not we are the master. So determine if is master. So if this dot is AWS, throw new error, have not coded determine is master for is AWS. Otherwise, just return this dot port equals 3000. So we'll say here this dot determine is master, or it could just be a function. There's no reason why I can't do that. Yeah, it's used in one place. Yeah, we'll just do this, is master. And that means that this, the one place where I use it, needs to turn into a function. Except for that's not even totally true. We need to figure out, how does this even... Oh, there needs to be a host in there too. I gotta go do that. Okay, let's go look that up. Oops, I didn't mean to press whatever button I just pressed. So JSON over TCP is really just the net connect. So we can look at dev docs, node net here. And where's connect here? No, that's the event. I don't want the event. I want the function. Here it is. So options takes in a port. How do I specify the host? Oh, here, net.connect port comma host. Okay, well, I think, They're always going to be running on the same host, actually, so there's no reason to specify a new one. No, that's not true. Never mind. Yeah, no, they're going to be on different hosts. So I would need to know the other host. On AWS, it's going to be different from this. So target port. Okay, get other overseer port. We'll just do this. Paste this function here, return that. All right, great. So, but that's, and then we also need to say get other overseer host. This dot is master. Actually, we're just going to return localhost for this, I think. 127.0.0.1. And these will have to change once we put this on AWS. So we'll have to fix that. So then here we say this, let's just say target host. All right, so what we do is we send handshake start, and we need to include what we are. We'll put endpoint type of endpoint types dot overseer. And then writing things this way is kind of silly, so let's put that like that. All right, great. So once we've determined that we've connected, we do this. Now, putting these into their own functions would be pretty helpful. So connected to other overseer. This takes nothing, so we can just put this here. And then change this function to this dot bind this. All right, good. And then there's error connecting to other overseer. Take this stuff here too. Good. And then one last thing, and that's on end, which we can just leave this in line. I don't think that's a very long function, and it probably won't get any longer. Not yet, at least. All right, so we have the client socket. We get where we're connecting to. We set our connection state correctly. We make sure that we don't connect if we're already trying to connect. So what happens when I start these processes up? I am going to, let's do this, CLS and run. That didn't work. 126. What's wrong about this? Unexpected token. Probably means I screwed up something here. Oh, there's no opening. How did that happen? Maybe I just never typed it. Weird. Okay. So now line 139. I need to put this like this. Great. So message types is not defined. It's coming from 139 here. So message types should have existed up here. Oh, I deleted it. I thought I deleted it. That was an accident, but I wasn't sure, and I hadn't committed this to Git yet, so it wouldn't tell me. And is AWS needs to be a this variable. I did that everywhere apparently. So then what's the problem here? Oh, is AWS set to true right now? But I have it set as false right here. Curious. Process.m.is AWS. This is going to be a string, actually. I think that's the problem here. If I do inspect process.m.is AWS, I think it's going to tell me, yeah, it's the string false. That's why. So what I need to do is this wait, if I'm defaulting, this is what's stupid. You can't say or true here. This is always true. I think what I want is if it's undefined, I want it to be true. So if not, and I don't have util here, do I? No, I don't. Okay, well, we can get it by finding it from here. Okay, so this if not util.exists, process.env.is AWS. Let's do this. Const env is AWS. So if it doesn't exist, set is AWS to true. Let is AWS equals true. And I guess if it exists and it equals false, I'll just do it this way. Oh no, we do need to do it this way. And env is AWS dot to lowercase equals false. Is AWS equals. Okay, there. So then the only other thing I should do here really is this. I should change this to is string, which means I no longer need util. All right, good. So we can get rid of that. And now this should run. It shouldn't do anything really. Good. That's fine. So then we'll run this one too. CLS and run 2. And now it should connect. It says a socket connected to us. And then got error. And in got error, we're not printing anything. And no, HSRU, though, that's not a JavaScript problem. All arguments to pretty much any program are going to be passed in as an array of strings. And so the process, the environment is just a set of strings. Is undefined is a thing too. Yeah, but that doesn't check to see if it's null, does it? In the case of process env, it would be undefined. But I typically don't want to differentiate between undefined and null. I think it can be dangerous sometimes. So the issue is I'm getting got error. And I guess it's here. Error connecting to other overseer. And there is no error that prints out. And that's strange. Yeah, what, are there any arguments here? Got 1 when we are only allowing 0. This should be changed too. So we should say got message type equals 1 when we are only allowing whatever we have here. Okay, but this is very different from what was printing before. In got1, what does that mean? That's the ping message, right? Where are my message types? I don't have them open anymore. Yeah, so I'm getting a ping message when we're only trying to allow handshakes start. So what did I screw up here? So if the handshake is finished, then allowed messages will be null. Okay, otherwise, oh, it's a socket endpoint, that's right. Okay, there, that should hopefully fix this. No, close this. Why can't I Control-C the program? There we go. All right, so this listens. Could not find a handler for the message 1. That is unusual. That's very unusual. We're going to handlers and we're checking the message type. The message type in this, oh, it's going to be, searching 0 here. That's not correct. No, I see what I did. No, we need to look this up by string, not by number. Is there a better way of doing this? Because right now what's being sent over the network is the number 0, and there's no way to correspond. Actually, yes, there is. Yeah, what am I doing? I know what I should do. We should say in handlers. Oh, I already have this set up this way, though. Oh, never mind. No, I don't have it set up for ping. That's why. Oh, so ping needs to take place somewhere else. This dot handle ping. But this could be a ping from anything. Type of is also a thing. I think using Lodash for all the type of stuff is a little bit better. So this takes in a socket endpoint and a JSON object. And then we could further dispatch based on what the socket endpoint is. But we have this ping handling code here. So we can write this. We know that the message type is ping, so we can just say got ping responding with pong. And then socket endpoint dot get socket dot write type message pong. And then we probably write a handle pong in here too. So when we get pong, we just say got pong. And that's it. We don't respond with anything. We write a handle pong up here. I kind of want to do this really quickly. Whoop. What happened to, there it is. Let's put this in here. Ping pong. Cool, so now I can just change this to pong and this to pong. All right, and finally, if it's something that we don't understand, then we should print out what the arguments were of this. Cannot find a handler for the message. So again, I want to change this to the interpolated string here. For message type equals message type. And then I want to say JSON object equals JSON.stringify JSON object. There. So this should work just like how it did before with ping and pong sending back and forth. So a socket connected to us, our socket connected to a server, got ping, responded with pong, and then the connection reset. So get socket is not a function. That's, I think I know why that happened, because it's not a socket endpoint in that case. Yeah, this is unfortunate. I don't like how this is working. Socket data handler, it can't happen that way. Unless this is just for a socket. Yeah. This can't be it. It needs to be a socket endpoint. How do I want to do this? I think making an endpoint out of this is a good idea. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that then. So here we're going to say new socket endpoint, and the socket's not going to exist at first, and it's actually, this seems kind of stupid. Maybe we only set this up when an established overseer connection. Yeah, the old socket will have closed. So yeah, I think we just make a new one when we do that. Established. Actually, we could leave the equals null here. That's fine. How am I doing today? I think I'm doing okay. I think I'm not totally with it as far as cognitive ability today. So I don't think I'm writing very good code. I think we'll see how this goes as the day progresses. But other than that, I'm feeling cheery enough. And I'm still excited to do this stuff. I just still don't feel, I feel sluggish. So here is where I'm going to do this. Let's make a new socket endpoint. We'll say this dot next socket ID plus plus. Let's say socket ID. 5 second ping is very slow, yes. Although it all depends on what you're pinging. If you're pinging a Mars rover, that's actually probably pretty fast. Is that fast? Oh, I actually don't know what kind of ping you should expect from Mars. Huh, yeah, I don't know. Oh, 5 second ping, you mean in my program. I thought you were just talking about a ping to any server in general. Oh, this is just a keep alive kind of thing. Like, hey, are you still functioning? So no, I don't think it's that slow. And I could always lower it if I need to. It's not like 3 seconds. So socket ID, and it won't actually have a socket yet. We say null here. Or, wait, do we? No, we do. We have a socket. Yeah, what am I talking about? We just say socket here. Great. And then this stuff changes to socket.on. All right, I think that'll work. I think this won't crash anymore. What happens if I start this up? What even takes place here? It knows another socket connected, and it says socket is not defined because I never said const to. Let's try running that again. What happens? Oh, other overseer socket.write is not a function. That's actually totally reasonable, I think. But where is that taking place? Here. Get socket.write. Okay, this should send messages back and forth. This other one said error connecting to other overseers, 0. There are no arguments. We don't get an error. That's very unfortunate. Yeah, how does this not have anything here? Maybe this isn't how this is supposed to be working. Let's take a look at the socket error event. Error event, here we go. Emitted when an error occurs. The close event will be called directly following this. And it gives me an error object, but I don't seem to have that. Socket.on error. Yeah. Oh, weird. Five seconds of nothing happening in a game because the game doesn't check somebody disconnected feels... Oh, this is not that system. Yeah, which is what everyone said. This is for the back end. For the game, if someone disconnects, it actually could take half an hour before it checked again because the game's about automation. So you would still end up running stuff in the background. It's not going to do that, but if you disconnect during the game, it's totally fine. You'll just reconnect. It could take you a minute, and that's okay. You won't... I mean, you'll probably be a little bit behind as far as strategy goes, but you won't have lost like a ton of progress. It's not like most games where you need to be present to be playing it. You're only highly encouraged to be present. So this seems useless to me. I am not getting any data out of this. And failover is not working, but that's okay. Other overseer socket.write. Oh, is this still being used somewhere? .get socket.write, .get socket.write. Ah, here. Okay, that should work. Okay, got ping, responded with pong. Here we say got message type 2 and we're only allowing 0. So we didn't get a handshake in return. It's kind of interesting. This is the secondary, and it shouldn't be expecting a handshake. In fact, yeah, the primary shouldn't even be trying to reach out to us. No, wait, the primary doesn't know for sure that it's the primary. I guess once that's been established, then this thing stops. Okay, I think I'm going to go use a bathroom and then consider this when I get back. Whoops. I meant to... that wasn't supposed to happen. Bathroom. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, wait a second. That guy who joined the chat to spam, I think was the same person from yesterday. I'm gonna ban them from chat. There we go. So this issue, we're getting Pong messages back, but because I think the overseers need to decide between themselves who is the primary, which really, yeah, I don't like this. Oh whoa, actually whoa, I'm dropping tons of frames. What's going on here? I've never even like seen this thing be yellow or red. Look at that. Drop frames are just going nuts. What is happening? Is there something wrong with my network right now? Network, 2%. Spam bots, yeah, I think banning them is fine. This is pretty weird though. I'm dropping like 20 frames every few seconds. Man, this hasn't happened in forever. Why is this happening? Look at that, yeah, it's 31 frames. It's very consistently 31 frames too. I don't know how choppy the video is, but it's not my CPU utilization, which is usually what's causing this problem. And this graph is totally normal. Like, this is the bit rate that I'm trying to send at. Huh. I wonder why it's dropping so many frames then. Did it stop? No, it's like... well, we'll just see. Yeah, internet hiccup? I don't know. This is strange. There's no one else on the network here. Alright, well, if the stream goes offline, I guess that's why. I'll wait a bit. Yeah. Okay, so problem. The problem is that both overseers are trying to connect to one another. And that's actually not the problem so far. So the issue is reboot modem. I don't want to do anything that's going to cut off the Twitch stream. Like, I could try just reconnecting, but we'll see. It's not so unhealthy a connection that, well, actually it is going lower and lower. It's dropping tons of frames. Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'll stop the stream in a bit and then just restart it. I don't know how choppy it appears to you guys. Anyway, the issue is that I'm getting messages back and it says I'm only allowing 0. So I'm expecting the secondary is expecting a handshake from the primary. So when both these nodes start in isolation, I think during the handshake they should be told there needs to be something else of, are you the primary? Like, that information needs to be exchanged. And if neither one is the primary at the time, which would be in the case that they both start up, yeah, neither one is the primary. So they start a server of their own, then they go and try to reach out to the other server. So the overseer works roughly like this. Start TCP server, go reach out to other overseer. Once a connection is made, then we're pretty much set. So I guess that's what we can say is oh man, where do I do this? There's a, endpoint type happens in the handshake. So if we know that we're connected to an overseer, I guess we can stop our connection from trying to go out to the overseer. Yeah. Seems okay now. I'd wait it out a bit. Yeah, it's still fluctuating a lot. I've dropped 2% of the frames in the last however long it measures it. So it's 3,200 frames. They talk in Notepad, yeah. My hates on YouTube videos are ones that don't get to the point quickly enough. So they start and there's like a minute of intro. Okay, so go reach out to the other overseer. This means that both endpoints could have started their servers and then both will try to reach out, but only one handshake needs to be done. This isn't even the case though. Reaching out to the other server happens because they know roughly who is the overseer and who's not. Establish overseer connection. Target port, target host. There's no reason why these couldn't send ping and pong messages back and forth. And so something's not working here. Get other overseer port. That should be fine. Huh. I don't know. Two-minute talking nonstop about irrelevant things, 30 seconds content. Yeah. So attempting to connect to the other overseer. This one never even does that. Oh, yes, it does. Huh. And what happens if it fails? Socket connected to us. That's done here. Oh, I just don't get it. So we do try to connect. And then this thing will be set. And then when we've connected, we write the handshake. Got handshake from, well, logger.info. Another overseer, else got handshake from an unrecognized endpoint. Endpoint type. Adam's slowly getting rasterized until it becomes a single pixel. Alright, so what do we have here? Got handshake from another overseer. So at that point, we have that handshake. Then this got message type of Pong should not be disallowed. I guess it's because they're two different connections. That's the issue here. And why does this not send ping messages? Ping overseer. This is called when it's fully connected and it's updating no matter what. This doesn't get, oh, it does get ping messages. This one doesn't get ping messages. And this one's failing because this one doesn't try to reach out to it. A socket connected us, got handshake from other overseer. Today's going to be a lot of struggling, I think. Although once I get this pattern set up and I tested everything out and I make sure failover works, which I was hoping to get done by the end of today, then getting this done with all the other endpoints should be a lot easier. And actually, I think other endpoints are a little bit more straightforward than this one. Like, this is the hard part. And then the other hard part is code design so that these things can use classes in a good way. So, yeah, problem is really that the secondary is expecting a handshake from the primary. That's actually happening. I don't understand this then. Maybe I should just debug this. Yeah, because this is not working well. Got message type 1 when we're only allowing 0. So then we get the handshake and we don't say that. We get the handshake and we say that we're now fully connected. No, it's because there are two connections, right. So handshake from the primary, but won't get it because two connections are open. Yeah, so the solution is keep only one connection open, regardless of who reached out to whom. That's what I've got to do here. Never believe in wonder says, why is he standing, not sitting? I'm standing mostly to help my posture. I think it's easier for me to remember, like, keep my shoulders back and type correctly when I'm standing. When I'm sitting, I seem to lean back or do something else that's stupid. So this, I think, is the solution. Now, how do I accomplish this? I think just the first overseer to reach out to the other one. The first overseer to reach out to the other one can, I guess, once a connection is formed, close the second one. Or reach out for a connection, and if that fails, no, that wouldn't work. Yeah, close the second connection. How would I do that? So this is the outgoing connection, other overseer socket. This is outgoing. I think I'm overcomplicating this though. In any of these systems, I'll know which one's supposed to be the primary based on its IP. And I should write that down here. Maybe I'm overcomplicating this. Maybe whichever overseer thinks it's the master will not try reaching out to the other one. Is there any problem I can run into if I do this? So I would hit a problem if the secondary was somehow running on the master's IP address, well, the primary's IP address. How would that even happen though? If it were on the primary IP address, something would have needed to promote it there. Maybe it couldn't be told about it or something. I don't know. Why is there a text file not get issues? Oh, these aren't bugs. Like, I haven't committed code yet. They're issues I have to solve, but I'm trying to figure out how to solve them right now. And then I'd commit them. And then if there was a bug, I'd just put it into my to-do list. I'm the only coder on this project, so there doesn't need to be a public issues page. I don't know. Maybe I'm not overcomplicating this then. But when would this problem ever get hit? How could this even happen? I guess the secondary gets promoted without knowing it. And so is there even a problem with this, closing the second connection? So let's map how this works. Primary, open server socket, open other overseer socket, client socket. So then the secondary, and why does this not ever happen in a different order here? Like, what if I started the secondary first? Would that change anything? Yeah, now the errors happen on the other one. So it doesn't have to do with primary and secondary. It has to do with when these things are started. So, right, so this does open server socket and then open client socket. Now, primary was started first. So its server will finish launching first. So secondary's other overseer socket will connect. This means that primary's socket should be closed and secondary's server should reject. Actually, that's it. That's all it means, is that this should be closed. Yeah. Okay, I think this is doable then. Yeah. All right, let's do this. So as soon as we get a connection, we say connected, fully connected, this thing. So got handshake from other overseer. This is on an incoming connection though. So we can close our socket. Okay, so because we got a handshake on our server, we can close our outgoing socket. And that's it. I think that should fix this. So we run this and we run this, and now we shouldn't see error messages printing here. Oh, we see a crazy error message. It's because this isn't a socket, which is why I need to not call it socket. I need to call it like other overseer. But whatever, let's try running this again. That still failed. Is close not the name of the function? Is that the only problem I'm running into right now? What do you call it? Net.socket.netServer close. Is there a way? Oh, end or destroy. What's the difference? Half closes the socket. It sends a fin packet. It's possible the server will still send some data. No, I don't think that matters. I think we want destroy. Ensures no more IO activity happens. Only necessary in case of errors. Oh, then maybe we can just send end. Well, let's try end then. Alright. Oh, well, that's too bad. But I know why this is happening. Except we're never going to get ping pong messages here. So the reason why this is happening is as soon as we close this, we're going to try to connect again, I believe. Or is that what's happening here? This is not our outgoing socket. That's why. Connect to other overseer. Connected. It's this. This is our outgoing socket. And only one of these needs to take place. But yeah, it can't be that both of these have this happen. How would I fix this? Yeah, I don't. I'm gonna do this. Other overseer socket is outgoing on one and incoming on another. Maybe I could keep track of which one it is. Is that something I should even be doing? So I have a server running on here and it accepts connections. On connection, call socket connected. Yeah, this, a socket connected to us. Okay, so I think what I do is this then. I think I know. So if this socket if the socket we're getting the handshake on is equal to the outgoing connection, then we need to close the incoming socket. Yeah, so that's how this needs to work, I think. So there's an outgoing and there's an incoming one, and we need to alias this thing. So let's change this to outgoing overseer socket endpoint, just for now. I know that's an incredibly long name. And then we can do something like this dot incoming overseer socket endpoint. We'll eventually abstract this out so that we can use this for the matchmaking service too. The way that this would work, we actually don't know that it was an incoming overseer socket until we get its handshake. That's the part that's really weird about this. Also, how stuttery is the stream right now? Because I'm still having connection issues. Yeah, frames are wrecked. Okay. Yep. In Judge Bacon, I think you'll find arguments for both. It's this versus this. So one of the nice things about having them on a new line is that you can move an entire body of a statement somewhere else. Whereas if you have them on the same line and you try moving this, you're moving the condition as well. But this takes up less space. So it's all up to preference. I like them on the statement line. Kind of stuttery. Sound is still oddly configured. Is this, hang on, let me see what it's trying to, what my bitrate is set to. Yeah, it's set to 2000. So it's hovering at 1700 or so right now. The other problem is that we don't know until the handshake whether we already have an overseer socket. Yeah, actually, I think that's the issue then. So if we're already connected on this, then we close a new one. And if we're already connected on another one, then we close that one. Yeah. Lakebird says sound is fine for me. Handle handshake start. The handshake is only outgoing though. I think that's part of the issue here. There needs to be a handshake end so that we know that it returned, maybe? Is that too much here? Maybe there's a handshake end. What will this take to do this? So this shouldn't happen here. We know that we are fully connected to the other one, but the other one doesn't know that they're fully connected to us. So we'd say socket endpoint dot get socket dot write message types dot handshake end, and since they started one to us, we can say what we are. Endpoint types dot overseer. And then we're fully connected. And so then the other one needs to be listening to this. So let's put handshake end handle handshake start, handle handshake end. We can actually put this here. So we'll know what the other endpoint is. We don't need to know this though, because we reached out to it. Oh, man. This is going to perplex me the rest of the day. Yeah, we don't need this. We would need an end. I just don't think we need the type in this. So I'll say to do, we shouldn't need this since we should know what kind of endpoint we reached out to. This could contain version information though. That could be interesting at least. No, so then yeah, handshake end is probably pretty important. Yeah. This could contain version information eventually. So I don't think this is worth changing. All right. but endpoint type. So we're an overseer. We're talking to an overseer. I think I need to simplify this somehow. So the issue that I'm running into, and I know this and I feel stupid for it, is that I'm writing one program to perform two different roles based on some condition basically. And so I'm trying to write code in such a way that it can handle both of these. And I'm failing at it. And I need to reevaluate what I'm doing here. So here we know that we're fully connected. We should know this on the other end though too. Fully connected should exist in two places. The handshake start and then, yeah, here on the handshake end. Okay, so got handshake end from other overseer. So when we do this, we should say got handshake start from other overseer. That'll help us a bit. Then we don't need to write anything more. And then we would need to close something. Let's put this here too. I'm going to leave that to do comment there. So then what's the other thing I have to do? Once I know, well, let's run this. It's not going to work. I haven't fixed it yet, but I want to see how this is being sent out now. Oh, whoops. 232. Did I never do that? Yeah, type. Okay, let's try that. Error connecting to other overseer. There is an argument. What is that argument? Oh, it's this, isn't it? This should just be inspect arguments. So what happened here? Got handshake start from another overseer. So handshake end should be done over here. That's not even done either. Okay, well, what I'm doing right now isn't going to help. Oh, we do get an error object. What? It's the... Oh, I never bound the function. Oh. No, I did. What? What? Okay. I'm pretty confused there. Let's just inspect the error here. Maybe I just couldn't JSON stringify it. That's actually more likely the issue than what I was running into. I'm pretty sure that was it. So this should print out an error, hopefully. What? Now everything just works fine? What's going on here? Yeah, there we go. So I just couldn't JSON stringify this. So it's an error that looks like this. Let's just do this. Okay. It doesn't have a message or anything. We know what address and what port we sent it out on though. So we would know what we'd need to connect to again. Just need to keep track of all this stuff very carefully. Syscall connect. Okay, so what we're going to do here is put error.code. Alright. Then we know we never connected. This is for overseers in particular. Okay, so fine, but then there's still, this is not working the way I would expect it to work. There should have been a handshake end at some point, and it doesn't look like there is. I guess if we haven't fully connected, so handshake finish, then we allow handshake start and handshake end. falsified. Thanks, Wouter. Okay, so did this work? This one, handshake start from another overseer, and then got handshake end from another overseer? That shouldn't be possible. Got handshake end from another overseer. That's the thing I'm okay, so that part should be okay. But then we got message type 1. So any ping messages that attempt to get sent out there are going to fail. And that shouldn't happen. Yeah. I gotta fix this. There's one socket connection that has to be made. Alright, we can get rid of this. So then, when this thing finally finishes, here's what I gotta do then. So open client socket. This will send handshake start. So this will connect. This will connect and send handshake start. The server will send handshake end. And so then the server would know I can close my socket maybe after the handshake is done. Yeah, and handle handshake end. So if we already had a connection to this endpoint, then actually the server could just close that for us, which would mean in handshake start, if we're already connected here, oh God, hey Deck Attack, and hey Niels, thanks for following. Walter, please don't ban my bot. If the socket we're getting the handshake on is equal to the outgoing connection, then we need to close the incoming socket. Basically, we already think that we're fully connected. That's the real issue here. We've got to say, if we already think we're fully connected, then we don't care that our outgoing connection, then we don't care about this new incoming connection, right? Because this happens on incoming. We send out a handshake start. Is that what the flow is for this? Handshake start. Socket data handler. Connected to other overseer. And connected to other overseers when we try connecting. So yeah, that's the flow. It's outgoing is connect, send handshake start, and then expect handshake end. Okay, so in handshake start, so this is on the server then. So this is client, outgoing. So on incoming, we expect handshake start after we get connected. Okay, so then on handshake start, let's go back to here. If we were already fully connected, if this dot connection state to overseer equals connection state dot fully connected, then we, yeah, so we don't care about this new incoming connection. We can just close it down. Get socket dot end, and then we want to remove it from our socket. So this dot connected sockets, socket endpoint dot get ID, delete that, and then we can just return here. So logger dot info got handshake start from another overseer, but we are already connected to them. So closing this second socket. Closing this incoming socket. All right, I think that's it. I think this should work. Not quite. Very far from finished. So every time this is closed, oh, I know what's happening. By closing this socket, we're saying that we're no longer fully connected, when really this was not an important socket to close, or not the key socket that matters here. So where do we say not connected? We say this in the yep, here, in end. This should only be done if it's the primary socket. So is our incoming. Oh, this is annoying. Error connecting to other overseer. This is our client socket. So when our clients, and then the client's just going to keep requesting this again and again and again. So we need to know why this was ended. Let's do this. This dot is primary connection equals true. And what I'll do here is I'll say if this dot outgoing overseer socket endpoint is primary connection, then we say that we're no longer connected. Otherwise, we don't care. And so then we need to set this to false when we verified this thing here. So we say socket endpoint dot is primary connection equals false. That might stop this. What's in the middle? It's a zoom thing, which I never use. I gotta make sure I have, yep, there. That's the right zoom. I don't know why, I don't know who uses this. I think New Keyboards just got rid of it. The sound control stuff is up here. So there's mute, volume down, volume up, and then play. There's a calculator button, which I have set to go to calculator. There's a home button, which will just open up my own home page, and a search button, which opens up Google Calendar. And I don't use any of these other things. I find it's too hard to hit them reliably, so I'll just make shortcuts if I need them. It's probably useful for people who don't know Control minus and Control plus, which is probably a lot of people. But yeah, I think the newer keyboards did away with it. Okay, let's run this. So this is just listening. It's trying to connect to the other server and can't because it's not online, but now I'll put it online. Let's see what happens here. No. Excuse me. So this whole, but we were already connected, so closing the incoming socket. And I should keep track of where not connected is set to true. That way I have full logging over this stuff. Logger.info, socket closed. It was the primary connection, so setting not connected. And here we can say socket closed, it was the secondary connection, so doing nothing. And then there's one other place where this can happen. We know we never connected. So error connecting to other overseer. Error.close. Setting state equal to not connected. What are the two buttons below spacebar? Oh, they're back and forward. Which, does this even work in Sublime? It apparently does. I might have configured them to do this though. I don't think it's that helpful. Also, they're kind of loud. Okay. Well, we'll have to the button has a calculator icon on it, but if you don't end up launching calculator a lot, you can map it to something else. So like the search button I have mapped to calendar, and like that doesn't make any sense. But it's more useful to me than searching. So how are all of these, how is this happening? Our socket connected to a server. Socket closed. It was the primary connection. So why does it say socket closed? This is because I'm calling .end here, but that should be got handshake start from another server. Is the server closing this? I don't know what's happening right now. Got handshake start from another overseer, but we're already connected to them, so closing this incoming socket. And then it says socket closed, which is another kind of strange thing. Where is that coming from? Here, set up socket listeners. Hey Severin Almighty, and hey Ryza. I think it says triple follow when the bot's been offline for a while, and then just screws up. This is not going well. I have made basically no progress this morning, and I need to come up with a better way of doing this. Yeah, maybe it's time for me to hit the drawing board again for this and not necessarily just try to fix what I have working right now. Set up socket listeners. What has this done? This is set up for server sockets. And when it closes it, closing this incoming socket. And then the client gets that the socket was closed. It was our primary connection. Okay, where do we set this stuff? How about that? Fully connected. We are now fully connected. Okay, got handshake, so that's not needed. This is needed. Got handshake start from another overseer. We are now fully connected. Sending handshake end. That's it. Those are the only places where this stuff can happen. So maybe this will give me a little bit more insight into this. Although I'm not really expecting much. Whoops. There should be errors still and all of it. Well, what? Why does this work all of a sudden? There must have been a race condition, because it definitely didn't work before and I haven't changed anything. Yeah, there we go. Okay, yeah, so there's a race condition. I gotta figure this out. But it does work every once in a while. That's good. Okay, so I got handshake start from another overseer. We're now fully connected. Sending handshake end. I should really print out times here. And then here it says got handshake end. We are now fully connected. So now there's a full connection. Then this sends out a ping message. So it says got ping here. Then this one says got pong back. Then all of a sudden another socket connects to us. So despite that we're fully connected, another socket connected. We can't do anything about this yet. So that's the server reaching out to that's the master reaching out to the secondary with this. This incoming one isn't even used, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's not. Ping overseer, that's done as long as we're fully connected. But this should have been closed as soon as we realized we were connected. Yeah. Right here, handle handshake end. So who's handling the end handshake? Got handshake start. Sending handshake end. So it's the one that gets start that needs to have this happen. Where does that take place? Here. Right here. Yeah. So if socket endpoint is not equal to the outgoing one, then we close the outgoing one. If the incoming... Oh, how does this make any sense? Maybe we always close this one here. Yeah, I think we always close this one here. Why did that not work when I tried that, though? Noon for Lunch says, guess what happened today? My friend of over 3 years stopped talking to me because I talk about something that I enjoy more than she would like. Wait, is that it? Really? I think I want more details to that story. That's pretty weird. And I mean, when a lot of this stuff happens, you think if they were going to stop being friends with you for something very small, then they probably wouldn't have been a very good friend to begin with. So it's usually a good thing. But is this working? Yeah, this is apparently working. So is there any way I can screw this up at all? What if I start this second one up first? And I start this first one up. Yeah, that does screw it up. Oh man. I'm not sure what to do. Error connecting to other overseer undefined. That undefined error should be that the socket was forcibly closed. Setting state equals not connected. So I think that's the issue here. Does this repro 100% of the time? Yeah, the best. Okay, at least it repros. That's helpful. And so where exactly is this going on right now? The secondary starts up a server, a socket connects to us, we get handshake start, we're now fully connected. So then the socket we try sending out should be closed, right? So we get handshake start. So we need to, wait, what? So I'm gonna write here, we just got a connection from another. Actually, what I care about more, I guess, is which one's farther along. This is bad. Alright, find root killer. I think it's been long enough. I'll just give you one. What's a better way of doing this? Outgoing connections and incoming connections should basically be treated kind of the same, and whichever one happens to finish first, we just close the other one. And we make sure that when we close the other one, we don't totally screw up the state of the program. So we got a connection from, we got our incoming connection worked. Do we even know that this thing is, in handshake start, does it identify itself? Yeah, it does, yeah. So our incoming connection worked. So we can close our outgoing connection. But I don't think that's even the problem here. So socket connected to us, got handshake start. So now it says, this, and then that's going to close our outgoing connection. Our outgoing connection closes, and this thing says just socket closed, I guess. I don't know. That's what's hard to figure out, like why that closed. Maybe I send an error message first. That way there can be a single log that'll let me know everything. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. We'll say here, we'll just say generic message or log message. So let's send that across, and we'll write a handler for that. And I think this will help us figure out what's going wrong here. So there's going to be log message. We're just going to say this dot handle log message. Handle log message is kind of the same thing that we'd had before. Handle log message. So we're just going to say logger.info got log message from socket endpoint dot endpoint type. And then we stringify. Actually, we don't even stringify. Let's just do JSON object. Yeah, fine, stringify. JSON object dot message. Good. So when we want to send out log messages, we can say write log message or emit log message, and there needs to be a socket. So socket.write type message types dot log message. And yeah, links are allowed. We only open sockets going out if we're confirmed the master, if that helps you. The part I don't know how I'm going to do though is how I confirm that this is the primary endpoint. Like I could base it on IP address, but then I thought, is there any way that that could get out of date? And no, this doesn't work, root killer. You can set the time to whatever you want, but you can't continue to control the lights that way. It's saved on the server. Hey, Omar. So emit log message. And yeah, I can write this down. This is what I was saying up here. I said maybe I'm overcomplicating this. Maybe whichever overseer thinks it's the master will not try reaching out to the other one. Like the secondary will reach out to the primary in that case. We base all the info off of the EC2 metadata API. It's never out of date. Surfing ninjas. Okay, so if I base information off of the AWS metadata API, then I will always have up-to-date information. Okie doke. Well, I still want to kind of figure out how I was doing this. Let me spend a little bit longer looking into this. Man, what a waste of 3 hours so far. What a waste. Okay, so where did I want to get something here? Socket closed. I wanted to find out all the places I'm calling end. I want to send a log message first. So socket endpoint, or this dot write emit log message, socket endpoint dot get socket, closing your socket because we are already connected. Are you really coding without a seat? No, there's a seat. It's right there. See? Let me just push this over here. There. Alright, what's up next? Any other place I call end? Here, apparently. But this shouldn't matter. Closing. Oh god. This is just the worst. Handle handshake start. So socket endpoint. Outgoing socket. Closing my outgoing socket because we are already connected. Because we just connected. And is that it? That's it. Okay, so that'll give us a little bit more insight into what was happening here. So I start this one up. I forgot a plus on line 219. Alright, and then we start this one up. Did this print anything for us? Did I even write a handler for it? Logger.log, yeah. Handle log message. Log message has its own unique constant. Yep, so who knows what happened there. Got a log message. Closing my outgoing socket because we just connected. Yeah, so I think we ditch this. I think we ditch it and we go instead with basing things off. I know which one's supposed to be the master based on its IP address. So, let me think about this. If I do this and I start up an endpoint and it gets the IP 10.0.0.2 and can't contact the master, does it just promote itself? What if the... I don't know. I don't know. It would simplify this code a lot, that's for sure, if I were to do things this way. So do I commit this like horribly buggy code and then work on this thing? See, the thing I'm worried about are edge cases I can't fully define yet. And maybe when that happens, I just fix it manually or start coding something new there. I think only Merlin might have that serving ninjas, but I'll just run a giveaway. Giveaway. Good job, Severin Almighty. We'll do one more. Yeah. PogChamp. If you're worried about it, you can do something like the Gossip Protocol, but I think it might be a little much. I still... Oh, the whole... Yeah, I think it's a bit much if I only have 2 of these endpoints. I see a root killer. Okay, well, it'd make progress faster than what I'm doing right now, so I think I'm going to try this. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. So, clean up the broken code that I have right now, and then check it in, and then work on code from the assumption that an IP of 10.0.0.1 makes an endpoint the primary. Merlin says, I got a whisper saying I won. How do I control the lights? You should have gotten a second whisper with a link. That link is how you control the lights. So yeah, cleaning up this code, that's what I gotta do. So main had some kind of basic changes. I put in state machine doesn't. This is all such a waste of time. I don't know. I guess let's get rid of this. Or maybe I just commit the way things are and say that this is broken. Or I stash the code that I have. Or I don't know. Socket endpoint. Let's just check in. This can be deleted. The rest of this stuff is important though. So this is a completely broken commit. I didn't even clean up the code yet. I want to save this in case anything here is worth reverting to later. But I am going to change gears. And yeah, Tortoise Git. Merlin said just one. Who's controlling the lights right now then? Oh, that's Seven Almighty. Alright, well Merlin, I can send you another one, but I'm pretty sure it probably sent you one earlier. It doesn't matter. I'll just send you another one. Oh wait, that user's settings prevent them from receiving this whisper. Oh, you have whispers turned off. I didn't know I got an error like that. Huh. Yeah, Merlin, I apparently can't do this. I use Bitbucket, yeah. Okay, so this would simplify this a lot. I just say whoever has the right port is the master and doesn't need to communicate with the other one to find out. And then as soon as something gets changed, it's AWS setting a machine to this way. Yeah. Hey, Original Pepper. And everyone, I think I understand that. I think that's probably what I was going to be doing. The master opening connections to slaves, though. That means a slave has to be online before the master, or just that the master needs to. I don't know. I think, okay, so here's the issue. It's like trying to do a proof of induction without an induction step. You have no starting point, so there's nothing you can work from after that. And I think that's what I'm running into right now. Like, I have no working code, so getting these other edge cases that I want, like, oh, what happens in this case or what happens in this case, is impossible because there's no basis, there's no foundation. So what I need to do is I need to get just the basic case working, which is you start two overseers, they connect to each other in some way, they handle traffic between each other. That should be very easy. And Surfing Ninjas, I wanted to use primary and secondary here because it's more of a live backup than it is a master and slave. But the terminology doesn't matter so much. Right on, just want to make sure you're on the right warpath. Oh no, I'm saying that what you're telling me is helpful. I'm just saying that the reason what I was doing is not producing anything of value is because I am trying to pursue many different directions at once. And so I will achieve none of them. And so I need to just focus on getting things started up. I think my plan for tackling this was a bad idea. So let's see how I want to do this. We would say each of them can start a server. It's who reaches out to whom. Noob for Lunch says, what do you think about me working on a test build for the styles and stuff on mobile? I'm so upset right now. I just need to keep my mind off of things. A test build for the styles and stuff on mobile? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. I'm not sure if you're talking about Botland. There's Specs, which has my mouse in it. There's not just mouse. But I'll go change that really fast. Specs. Oh, there's also hardware. Well, now it's fixed. Why not have a polling link system where if one or more detect that the master is down, a poll occurs, and the first responding node becomes the master, and the other slaves redirect their control path? So yeah, something like that could work. There's only going to be 2 endpoints in the system for right now. So I think hard coding it to just use the 2 is probably fine, and then eventually switching to a polling system. Also, wow, the drop frames thing. I've dropped 7,000 frames since I started streaming. I don't know what's wrong there. So we have isMaster. We're going to start up the server no matter what. Okay, and then we're going to send out a connection only from the master to the slave. So establish overseer connection is only done in the case of... Oh, wait a second. Oh no, this can be called as many times as I want. That's fine. So establish overseer connection should only be done from the master. That's something I gotta do. And it's not even something I need to do explicitly right here, but it's worth doing, I think. Okay, yeah, and this should only happen in the case of the master. So let's do that. Or not this dot is master. All right. So then we say attempting to connect. We get our target port and target host. Since this is always going to be connecting to the other one, we can just say return 3001. And we're good. Good. And this is all fine. We don't need this concept of primary connection or not. That can be done away with. So get rid of those. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. And this. And... so socket closed to other overseer. So setting connection state equals not connected. Yeah, I was talking about Botland. I'm just super bored. I mean, I personally don't think it should be done yet anyway because of the fact that UI isn't even close to finished. Let me think about this. Noob for Lunch, here's what you should do. I think you should do this. Because 1, this will help you. 2, they're small enough problems that you can tackle them and feel good about completing them. And 3, it's probably something you wouldn't normally do. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just saying as a programmer, you don't normally do things like this. You do more coding problems. These are more math focused. Excuse me. Okay. So this part is good. Error connecting to other overseer. This, if the master can't connect to other things when it starts up, then yeah, I guess that's fine. Are you an engineer? Yeah, I suppose so. Who is still not asking for it? Is this another account that is... oh, created February 13th. Okay. So hey, still not asking for it. Thanks for the Code Academy link last time. Yeah, I'm glad you liked it. Okay, token Merlin 41. Okay, yeah, that time it worked. Wait, what? How to create new account. Who are you? Wait, do I know who you are? Got banned for saying let's not get into it. No, no, do tell. Because if you were banned and you're trying to skirt the banning system, then this is very, very interesting. Check email / Skype. Okay, so this stuff is done. Work on code. Yeah, so this is the assumption I'm working on now. Maybe you should add your stream to watchpeoplecode.com. How do I do that? I think this is just done through Reddit, right? And I don't like advertising for myself on these sites. But yeah, wow, there are very few. If someone feels like making a post, actually, it should probably be done after I eat lunch or just tomorrow even. There have been some posts on here before. Digite usually does it. Yeah, watch Adam develop Botland. So work on code from the assumption the IP is 10.0.0.1. Good. So error connecting, setting state not connected. And then it'll just attempt to connect again. So that's totally fine. When it connects to the other one, it'll set partially connected, and then it does a handshake. Although the handshake now can be very different. But it sends out its handshake start and that it is an overseer. And the other thing, I guess, can respond, yeah, that is an overseer. All right. What about live coding? You mean the livecoding.tv? Oh, no problem, Merlin. Livecoding.tv, I don't want to stream on 2 sites at once, and I'm not particularly happy with what I've seen of Live Coding TV. But I also don't know the culture of that website, and I know the culture of Twitch, I think, very, very deeply at this point. And Merlin, it had to have been the Whisper system, I think. But yeah, I think that's settled, it sounds like. So handle handshake end. Let's see what else we have here. So a lot of this is going to be irrelevant code now. This, if endpoint type is overseer, then we're now fully connected. Okay, cool. This comes from the other overseer. It's good to have this too. And we could always check. Surfing Ninjas, for fun side projects, I say learn new stuff. If you think that the side project will eventually become a product, then consider whatever you learn to be a prototype, and then figure out if you want to pivot your strategy after that. What's the problem with it? So there are 2 things that stand out in my mind, and I don't know how much my audio is being cut off here because my stream is still not doing so hot right now. One, there was a blog post about a girl who was on the site and who was trying to cancel her account, and it was just handled very, very poorly. And it left a bad taste in my mouth. And then 2, I was sent an email from them saying something like, "Dear Botland, like, we'd love to have you on our site. What kind of project are you working on?" And I thought, no, like, you could have spent 3 minutes looking at my stream and determined that my name is not Botland. So yeah, I don't want to do it. I just don't. So we shouldn't need this stage since we know what kind of endpoint we reached out to. This could contain version information though. Okay, good. Handshake start. So this code is going to be simplified a lot, I think. If we get a handshake start from someone else, then we know it must be the master. So if we got a handshake start, then we know must be from the master. Got a handshake start from an overseer. Actually, it could tell you that it's the master. There's no reason it couldn't do that. But then that could be if I eventually added more than just 2 of these nodes. Well, the other thing too is that my stream, the title has always spelled Botland like this, or stylized it like this: capital B, capital L, and there's a space in between. And I think the email said like, "Hello, Botland." Like, it made me think, should I even respond to this? And I just didn't. So in the case that we got handshake start from primary overseer. I shouldn't write master anywhere here. See, that's the issue. Well, maybe that's fine. Master, yeah. And I think you can watch if you're not registered. I think it's just hard to find channels. Day 87, how are you? If it were day 9, that would actually work. Okay, so we're already connected to them. So this doesn't really matter. Like, we shouldn't be in the fully connected state. So really all we should do is get rid of all of this, say that we're fully connected, send handshake end, our incoming connection worked, so we can close our outgoing connection. This is not a thing anymore. So then the only thing left to do is fully connected is set in one other place, I think. Here. Wait, what? Oh yeah, no, that's correct. And then we know we're good. Okay, cool. So now if I start up the secondary, it should know that it's not the primary, so it's just listening. Does not try sending out a connection. Now let's close that. And now this one, when I start it up, this should try sending out connections all the time. But it won't actually work until the secondary comes online. Once it does, they connect and then they error, just like what I wanted to happen. Except for that last part. Let's fix the last part. This. This is not a thing anymore. So there's just a connection made. Yeah, and that connection needs to be, there needs to be a socket for that. So we'll do that. Jeez, people are making tons of different accounts today. Wow. I don't know if that's necessary. So yeah, this is the only issue then. The other overseer, so this shouldn't be other. This should be like, or outgoing, it should be other. And then we set this no matter where we are. So if we got a connection from this, then we just say this equals socket endpoint. So save a reference to the overseer socket specifically. All right, so let's try that out. I think this will work. So now when I start this one, it should respond with the ping messages. Error connecting to other overseer undefined. I bet the socket wasn't closed correctly. Well, I'll work on that in a second. Let me make sure they're running the same code. Okay, fine. Also, wow, yeah, landbot 13531 was created weeks ago. January 22nd. Well, well, well. Congratulations, Void Dreamer. Alright, good. So now they're connected to each other. They've finished their handshake, and they're sending ping and pong messages back and forth. So we have now coded the hit Atari game Pong. And it's multiplayer. Oh, but can we restart the server and have that work? Let's try that out. So this is started. We start this one up. It should connect. Good. So we get some messages. Now it fails. And when we restart this, it should work again, just pick up where it left off, and it doesn't. So that's an issue, and I've got to figure out why that's happening. I think if it's failing, so it's failing with undefined. Let's find out why. Error.code. So if not util.exists error.code, then let's do inspect the error because it doesn't have any valid information in it. So we run this, and then I need to run this, what, 2 times? So there's 1 and there's 2. So now we should see what error we're really getting here. Error, this socket is closed. Oh. It's just a string? No, is it an array? It's an array. What? Why is that printing in brackets? Is that something that... Okay, let me do this. Stringify is string error. It's kind of weird that this thing could be a string and it could be an object. I'm not totally sure if that's a string or an array. I don't know how it's printing out. So there, oops, pressed the wrong button. Well, that's probably gonna fail. Oh no, it didn't fail. Okay, so we press that. Okay, there. Let's see. Is it a string? It's not. What is this then? Why does it print with brackets around it? I mean, it leads me to believe it's an array, but it's a shapeshifter. That is strange. Okay, let's just do this. Is array. No, it's JavaScript, everything is an object. I like, that's not the thing that I'm concerned about. The thing I was concerned about is how do I check to see, should I just print this on the console or should I go inspect the code of it? And I guess it doesn't, it's not an, oh wait, that's fine actually. It's not a string and it's not an array. So it's just printing really weirdly. Whatever. Let's do this. So if not util.exists, so let's do error detail equals error.code or error. And then we just print that out, I guess. So then error detail. Get rid of this. I don't think it matters whether we were attempting to connect or not. I think this isn't even error connecting. This is just error from other socket. And at some point we have to close the socket. Or not just close it, but probably null it out so we're not using the same one over and over. Establish overseer connection. We make a new socket and update this thing. Could it be JSON? Well, technically everything in JavaScript is JSON, but yeah, it's probably just an object. I just wanted to see, because I didn't know how that thing was printing out. And it doesn't matter too much. It's just for the sake of logging. The thing I'm more concerned about is how should I restart this socket? And why do I even need to do that? What's happening here? Error connecting to other overseer. Connecting to other overseer. This means that this was not ended. And I think it needs to be ended. And who's in charge of ending it? There's connect, error, data, and what other events are there? Net.socket. So there's close, connect, data, drain, end, error, lookup. I don't have close here, and I don't know if I need to make emitted once the socket is fully closed. The argument had error as a boolean, which says if the socket was closed due to a transmission error. Okay. So I guess we do this. Close. Socket ended, socket closed. Is there anything else here that I might want to account for? Close, connect, data, drain, end, error, lookup. I think that's it. Oh, and timeout. Omitted if the socket times out from inactivity. Well, we have the ping and pong messages for that, which I need to put a to-do item for. If we fail to get ping/pong messages, close the socket. So is this going to fix the problem? So this will listen once, great. We start it again, and it said, oh, nice. Oh, that did fix it. So the problem was that I wasn't handling close correctly. So anytime I start up, so now it's going to say socket closed. I'm saying socket closed every single time though. That's kind of weird. Why is that happening? I must have left a dot end in the code. Nope. Dot close, dot destroy. Nope. Amber says, can't you check if the socket's available by iterating through each client, doing if clients.writable, console log, you're live? Well, yeah, I think you could do that. And in this case, what's going on here? Why does it say socket closed every single time? Can I destroy the socket in that case? Socket.destroy. Because there's, I don't care if it reopens, I think. Let's try that out. Okay, so now we close this out. There. No. It just says socket closed every single time. Error connecting to other overseer. Oh, I know why that's happening. Because I'm making a new socket every time. Because it's going to keep trying to reach out to other overseers. This is what makes me think that the secondary node should be reaching out to the master. Maybe I shouldn't get caught up over this. Our client socket. Yeah, maybe I only want to try establishing a connection less frequently than this. Because right now it'd be happening every 200 milliseconds. And what would happen in the real world here? If I'm, let's say, upgrading a server, I would take the secondary one offline to update it. I would just have the primary handle all traffic. And it might be offline for 5 minutes, 10 minutes. That should be okay, so long as the primary doesn't go down. But then I probably shouldn't be having, pings of every 2 seconds here. I guess in the case where this thing is told yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. Upgrade scenario. So make sure to tell the primary not to try opening a socket to the secondary while the secondary is being upgraded. And excuse me. Echo. Alright, well, I think this is good, other than the whole this thing's printing out repeatedly, because that's very verbose. And there are a couple things I can do. I could just have it not print out. Wait, so the socket.destroy is what was necessary here? Otherwise we run into an error? Just want to confirm that that was the case. Oh, thanks for the follow. Okay, that works. And now what? Is this undefined or is it working again? No, so I don't need to destroy this. In fact, I don't even know if I need a close handler. I don't understand. Oh, that's what'll set me to not connected. Otherwise, nope, I don't understand. So this connects, then I try connecting again. Yeah, and now it says this socket is closed. So just by having this handler here, what if I don't have anything in the function? Like, where does this even check if I'm connected or not? Error connecting to other overseer. I don't follow. I must have to have something in this handler. I don't think just the existence of it is good enough. I think it needs to have something. And one is socket specific and the other one is state specific to my application. So what is this going to say undefined? Yeah. Weird. So I do need to just set this to not connected. But why? Let's take a look. So if it's not equal to not connected, then return. Establish overseer connection. Yeah, weird. It's very weird. This should be fully connected, I think. But I don't see anything. I don't know why this line of code would fix anything. And yet, every time I start up the second server now, it's going to say the socket's closed. Setting state not connected. I wasn't actually doing that until just now. Hey, Capillara. Okay, that works. We try this out. And it works. Yeah, I don't understand, but this is what's fixing it. So in the case where this was getting closed, let's figure out what the state was. That'll give us some information here. If I just say, let's just log this. So we close this thing, and what happens? Connection state to overseer is 4. Connection state of 4 is, where is the connection state? It's in here. It means fully connected. So we think that the socket is fully connected right now. And what does that mean that we're doing? We're trying to ping it. Oh, and then that's where the error is coming from. Oh my God, I finally understand now. Okay. Because we're trying to push data over a closed socket. So this is not error connecting, and that's why. That entire error message was wrong. This should not be named this way. This should be error on overseer socket. Note. These messages can show up when you try writing data over a closed socket. It's not necessarily a connection error. And in that case, we would see something like the socket is closed, yes, but we'd have to know the stack trace of it to know that it didn't come from connecting. And now, we're not going to be so stupid about that. So this is not error connecting to other server. This is error on overseer socket. On socket to other overseer. Ooh. So this bit about if we're not fully connected, then say that you're not connected anymore. I think that's wrong. I think we pretty much just always say that we're not connected. And maybe then we close the socket too, or does that happen automatically? Event error. The close event will be called directly following this event. Am I looking at... No, this is server though. That's not what I want. I want the socket error event. Where is it? It's so hard to differentiate between socket and server at a glance. They're both 6-letter S words. Here. The close event will be called directly following. Oh. Note. Directly following this function, the close event will be emitted. Or, yeah. So saying that we're not connected is actually meaningless here. What matters is having this handler here to say that we're not connected. So then what's the point of end? End will result in close, won't it? I don't know if there's a reason for me to do this. I don't think so. Alright, so now we can finally just clean up the cruft that we had here, and I think we should be good. There was a lot to handle there. Do we have any console messages? We shouldn't. Do we have any inspect messages? Good. Yeah, so let me comment this class. This represents a TCP server, and well, it's not actually just a TCP server, is it? Because of the whole connecting to... Yeah, it's also a client, and that's what happens here. Then whatever takes place over that yeah, okay. This represents a TCP client/server. As the master overseer, this will be a client to this. Yeah, I don't think it's worth writing anything else actually. So we have a pub sub in here now, but I don't know if it was worth keeping it because I ended up changing how I do things. Port is a number, is AWS is a boolean, sure. Get rid of the rest of this stuff. Next socket ID. Whoops. Okay, I don't know what I'm typing. The next socket ID that we're going to assign, this is the connected sockets, the connected incoming sockets that we have. They have not necessarily sent any information beyond the connection, i.e. they may not have performed a handshake. So then this is an object of number to socket endpoint right now. Keys the socket, well, number the socket's ID, and C next socket ID, and then values are socket endpoint, the corresponding socket endpoint. Okay. We have a shortcut to the other overseer here. I'll just say this is a shortcut to the other overseer. Here is unnecessary, and this is a socket endpoint. Create the server, set up our update loop, make sure that our connection state is not connected. Then establish our connection. This actually needs to be done before here, otherwise we might screw up. Our connection state specifically to the other overseer. And this is of connection state. Create the server, establish a connection, time of last ping message, this stuff, this really should be done up here too. Which means that anything that comes after this, like creating the server, setting up the... And do you think it's a good thing to use JavaScript scripts inside of a game server written in Java? Because that's what I'm doing, is using JavaScript for a plugin style system, and game server itself is Java. I think that's fine. I think you just need to be wary of who can write those scripts. So for example, if it's you writing them, then yeah, it's probably no issue. And it all depends on what you're doing too. So in order for JavaScript to interact with whatever you're doing in Java, you need to expose an API from Java. And if you're doing that, you're probably exposing things like, let's say, moving game objects around, or creating them, or putting text on the screen. And it's probably not exposing things like shut down the server or something like that. So yeah, I think just keep in mind that it could be an attack surface, and evaluate what the threats are and whether they're significant. The time of the last ping message that we sent, this needs to be changed. How frequently we send ping messages. And what else do we have? So set up the update loop, establish the overseer connection. I'll say this dot initialize. I kind of want to put these into a different function. That way the constructor is just variable setting and a single function call. I'll say this should be considered to be part of the constructor. I wanted to make a separate function just so that the constructor didn't have a lot of function calls in it. This should only be called once. There we go. All the core features and stuff are in the actual Java code. Yeah, I think having a plugin system is useful. And that way you don't need to rebuild your entire game in order to change certain things. So eventually I may use AWS, and in that case I can just have whoever has the 10.01, yeah. Checks whether this overseer is the master overseer. So for right now we haven't coded it for AWS, but locally we just checked to see if the port's 3000. And same thing here, we actually should really write this down. Let's put these for both of this. And then new error, we'll put this here. There. Okay, so gets the secondary. This is only used for, yeah, fine. Yeah, actually, I do want to rename this. Let's rename this to get secondary overseer port, and this will be renamed to get secondary overseer host. Gets the port that the secondary overseer is running on. Oops. Okay, that returns a number, and this returns a string. Looks good. Create the server, set up the server. What is allow new connections? This is not needed. Creates the TCP server and sets up the handlers. Alright, don't need this here. A periodic update function that will handle health checks and reporting. Okay, so if we are not connected, then try establishing a connection. And if we're fully connected, then try pinging. I mean, that sounds pretty straightforward. So, pings the overseer. I should actually write a comment up here. Shortcut to the other overseer. This will be set to the master if we're the secondary, and vice versa. Okay, so pinging pings the other overseer. Yep, I want to format this line. Good. This is a master-only function that will establish a connection to the secondary overseer. we know which port we are, so we want to find the overseer on the other port. Actually, we know which port we are. That doesn't matter. We know we're the master. This is our client socket. We get a new ID for it. Yeah, we keep track of things. So then these aren't, when I keep track of this in, I don't even keep track of it there, never mind. This is its own connection entirely. So error on overseer socket. Note, when the error is an object, a regular object, it will look something like this. Yeah, let's put that there. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. And then we'll put this here. Error handler for the overseer socket. Let's put these comments down here. Okay, that did not print how I wanted it to, but that's fine. All right, yeah, that whole thing just kind of screwed up. I just want these notes on their own line. Note these messages can only show up, and the same one over here. So there we go. Error always appears to be an object. This is always an object, but it's not always it doesn't always have the same properties. Hey, hardline. Returns nothing. Get rid of these lines. Okay, cool. And setting state equals not connected is not important here. The socket will be closed. Yeah. What's wrong, hardline? Man, everybody's sad today for some reason. It's not even a Monday. This is called when we establish a connection to the other overseer. Is that even, no, this is not true. This is to the secondary overseer. When we, so the master establishes a connection to the other overseer, delete that. So now we know we are partially connected. And I should really clarify this stuff up here by saying these lines should be like that. And we should put another space and then probably capitalize the Y's. So your socket has yet to connect. Your socket hasn't even attempted to connect. You have connected the socket, but have not done a handshake. You have connected and performed the handshake. Okay. Hardline, I'm sorry. I just, for some reason, my mind jumped to Fantastic Four, the thing. You said, I don't fit in the car, and I just pictured, oh, he's probably just a huge dude. But no, your story is sad, and I shouldn't be making light of it. No, really, this is actually, so this is what happened earlier today, too. Noob for Lunch was talking about this, where friends are doing things that are not very friend-like, and I think in those cases, I'm an advocate for communication in almost all interpersonal relationships. I think there are some times when you shouldn't fully communicate, like professional relationships can be a bit different, that's all. But most of the time, just communicating to someone is a very good idea. So you should talk to your friends. No hard line, I was just kidding about the thing. The thing. I never thought I'd have to say that and have it actually be correct to say in a sentence. Alright, what else do we have here? Error on overseer socket connected to other overseer. Yeah, looks good. Starting a handshake. good to have some information there. Set up socket handlers. Sets up the handler functions for incoming data on the socket. And this dot handlers handlers is previously undefined up until this point. I think setting it up here. Handlers for the data event on sockets. This is an object. The keys are going to be message types. Values are going to be functions that have not been bound to this class yet. Class functions, so class functions from this class that have not been bound yet. That should be written like that. So set up handlers where we left off. See, this is why I wanted to set up server handlers, sets up the event handlers for the server, the TCP server itself, not the sockets. Yeah, and this stuff's really minor, like really, really minor. In server error handler. See you, Wouter. Socket connected. This is called when a socket connects to us. Socket endpoint, great. And now this is no longer even used right now. A socket connected to us should not be printing out. Let's try this. Let's also make sure I didn't break anything, and then I should lint the code too. So yeah, it does not say a socket connected to us. It says our socket connected to a server. Oh, and here a socket connected to us. It actually is used. This, which means that connected sockets will keep track of. Oh, that's not a good thing. Okay, I need to write a couple of things down here. So lint code, make sure that when the overseers lose a connection between one another, that this dot connected sockets is taken care of appropriately. Adam, am I what? It just says star 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 for me. I have no way of seeing what you had originally typed. Is there a list of commands for Sublime that you use? Your workflow is so quick. So I don't mean this as a sarcastic answer. There is, and it's in key bindings default here. And that's the majority of what I do, is stuff that you see in here. I mean, these are really the only ways you can interact with Sublime, is by pressing keys on your keyboard. So yeah, if you have any questions about what it is that I do, like let's say, I don't know, let's say I wanted this to be up here, and so I just moved it like that, and you said, oh, how did you just do that? Feel free to ask. I don't mind sharing that stuff. And also keep in mind that whatever I do share with you is however I've customized it, so that the shortcut may not be the same. So you could press, Control P to do something that I have to hit Alt Q to do, but it's pretty much the same. Adam replace person in real life. I somehow doubt that that's what those 3 asterisks were hiding. Okay, let's go back to this. This is called when a socket connects to us. Yeah, and right now it's even used for the secondary, and I don't know if I like that. It's called for sockets that connected to us. Yeah. So this is called for sockets that connected to us to set up their handlers. Socket endpoint is a socket endpoint. All right, great. So, the other thing I was going to say about that cat groove is that if you go to bot.land, which if anyone wants to go to bot.land, here's the site. But bot.land has a link to the blog. And the blog post that I made last was about Sublime. It's now very old as far as botland time goes. But I'll link this into chat as well. And it talks about all the different extensions I use, the plugins. The only thing it doesn't talk about is plain tasks. And plain task is actually very useful, but I haven't updated this. And then there's a demo video in case you want to watch that. How many views does this have? 276. Look at that. Look at that, man. Okay. I'm Monatic Bind doesn't know me in real life. And can confirm I'm a jerk. If you ran out of Azure credit, where's Botland hosted? Oh, that's hosted on a shared host that I've had for a very long time. So I have a personal site which is hosting basically nothing except for OpHog. That's onx.net. And if you wanted to play OpHog, this is where you'd play it, ophog.onx.net. You could also go to the GitHub page and find it through there. But yeah, that's being hosted on this thing. And you can mess around with this. Click. Boop, boop, boop. Go, my minions. Do my bidding. Kill the wolf. Okay, anyway, there you go. Don't press E multiple times. This is a debug function to emit a log message over the socket. This is just a straight up socket. This is a string. This is nothing. Handles an incoming log message, socket, endpoint, JSON. Wait, what am I doing? Object. Doesn't do anything, and that should not be capitalized that way. All right, handle and handshake end. Handler for handshake end. I'm not gonna comment what these things are here. I'm gonna put this here too. Handshake start. Whoa, there we go. So to do shouldn't need this. I disagree. I think we should have this. So got handshake end from another overseer. We are now, this is not from another overseer. This is from master overseer. We are not fully connected from an unrecognized endpoint. Perfect. So start, this is where we're gonna get rid of all of this junk that I had here. Got handshake end, got handshake start from, wait a second, how does this work? No, this is wrong. We connect to another thing. It sends handshake start back to us, and we send handshake end. So from a secondary overseer. So, and I should write this down so far, like code design. Let's say, let's just say flow. So overseer starts up. It determines if it's the master based on the, I'll say primary here, based on its IP address or port if it's running locally. So it determines if it's the primary. This is, if it is the primary, then it tries opening a connection to the secondary. Once that is open, the secondary will send handshake start. The master, the primary, will respond with handshake end. This contains the endpoint type and will eventually contain the version number. I'll say could eventually contain the version number. At this point, they both know they're connected. What's the BizSpark situation? Oh, so that was just, I hit my payment limit. So thankfully that was all that happened. On Friday, Botland will be back online and playable by everybody. The reason I hit the spending limit, I had a REST server running. I had the game server running. And then I started something that I called the lab. And I was doing nothing on this machine. But because it was running, it ended up costing money. And then I hit my spending limit. And now I have to wait until the month is over, which is in 3 days, the billing month. So, word to the wise, don't start labs. So save a reference to this, delete all of this stuff. Handle ping, handle pong. Those are pretty straightforward, I think. handles the data event on the socket. Actually, Judge Bacon, I'm pretty happy about that because I was worried that my subscription was over forever, and that would be really bad because at least for the next 2 or 3 months, this means I can host Botland for free because the spending limit is set up such that I won't spend any of my own money. It's the credit that I got. So in 3 days when it comes back online, it should just be online for 3 months because I'll only start 2 VMs. And I don't think I'll hit the spending limit that way. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. Well, we'll find out. If I hit the spending limit again, then I'll tone down the VMs or something like that, or turn them off on Sundays. I don't know. We'll figure that out. And this is an object. Doesn't return anything. Okay, we finally commented all of this. Unfortunately, that's not all. So I am going to go use the bathroom, and then when I get back, I'm going to finish up commenting the rest of this, clean it up, lint the code, blah, blah, blah. So I will be right back. Okay. So as far as commenting the rest of this stuff goes, I need to look back at my other commits because I made a commit with a bunch of garbage in it before, and here's my log. Look at this. I have like 6 commits. All right, so it's this one, the broken commit. So there was main.js. Let's go take a look at that quickly. Is there anything in here that isn't commented or needs to be commented? I don't think so. I think the thing about state machines is pretty weird because it's not being used. So I think that should probably be commented out. To do, this is not being used at all. What else do we have here? REST server took in, I think, the pub sub, and that's it, right? Yeah, that's it. And it no longer takes in the is accepting traffic. Then socket endpoint, I never commented. Endpoint types, message constants. Okay, so those 2 are going to be easy. These represent various endpoints in the infrastructure. And message constants, these represent message types that can be sent between 2 endpoints. And I want to categorize these slightly differently to put related ones closer to each other. Let's put this here. Ping and pong will start at, let's do the typical, like, put some spacing in between these. Greeting we'll say is 20, log message we'll say is 30. These can change at any time because nothing's online yet, so I have full freedom there. The other thing is this should say use strict at the top of really every file. So let's do that and that. And then there was one other thing I wanted to comment, and that was in what exactly? Socket endpoint. That's not socket endpoint. Here it is. So this class wraps a socket so that it can contain some metadata. So we take in the ID, the socket itself, we don't return anything. And handshake finish. This is something I believe I'm directly accessing. If I apparently am using this, but for what? Handle messages normally. I do need to know the state of the socket, I guess. So I think I want to say, is handshake finished? So I want this to be a function in here. Return this dot handshake finished, and then we'll say set handshake is, well, let's just say finished. Is finished. This dot is finished. Okay, great. Now we don't need to directly access anything here, so we can search for handshake finished. And the two places where I set this to true, we just say set handshake finished true. There. Looks good. I'm not commenting basic accessors and mutators here. I think the only other thing to comment here is this stuff. If true, we're fully connected to the endpoint. And this represents what kind of endpoint is on this is. Okay, there. Now we can check this in. Actually, no, we can't. We need to lint it first, and then we need to, so infra gulp lint, and then I need to test it, of course, and then I can check it in. And then I think we're in decent shape. Not good shape, but decent. State machines defined but never used. I think I'm just going to remove this from the code. I don't like a to-do item that says this isn't being used. And it's not being used, so let's get rid of it. Did I check it in last time? I hope not. Unexpected trailing comma. Yep. Unreachable code. Yeah, this is unreachable because of this thing that I'm going to have to fix at some point, but that's fine for right now. Strings must use single quotes. Socket is defined but never used. Okay. Strings must use single quotes. And did I do that somewhere else here? Here in state machine, which I don't want to have in the code base at all. So let's get rid of that. And rerun this, I guess. And also test it. So, oh wait, what? State machine was never checked in? Oh, it just doesn't have changes. It should be deleted. Alright, and what are we doing on this thing now? Expected indentation of 8 characters. Again, I don't really care about that. Yeah, the rest of this is fine. So, what do we do? Look over our code really quickly. We test it, make sure everything's working. So yeah. Commented everything, but that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is fix the code such that the master overseer will seek out the secondary overseer instead of each one trying to find the other. Nothing happens on disconnects yet, and very little is done while they're connected other than sending ping/pong. This isn't even my final form. Okay. So that was a massive overhaul. Let me push this code. Good. Okay. I forgot to test it. We're going to do that now, though. Yeah. So it looks like everything's working. They're sending ping and pong messages back and forth. If I were to stop this, it would say error. right. So it knows that it lost a connection to the secondary. Then here we restart it, and then it picks it up again right where it left off. Really? Okay, so these things are working. Let's close out of the rest of this. All right, next up. So that's done, that's done. Make sure that when the overseers lose a connection between one another, that this dot connected sockets is taken care of appropriately. Yeah, that shouldn't actually be too hard. So as soon as we lose, yeah, delete this. As soon as we lose the connection, we can close out of, whoops. Sometimes my mouse does weird things. There. So as soon as we lose the connection, we should trigger a function. And we should know what we are, so we should know whether the other one becomes the master. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, this should be pretty good. So then, overseer socket endpoint. When this particular thing closes, we know that we're not connected anymore. We'll say this dot. No, we needed to know that we were connected. If this dot connection state to overseer equals connection state dot fully connected, then this dot lost connection to overseer. I almost wrote loverseer. And we should probably put the socket ID in there. Socket ID, socket endpoint. I mean, we lost the connection, so there's no communicating to it, but maybe we'll at least be able to use the socket ID. Always a lover, not a hater. Hater-seer. So we lose the connection there, and there's one other place where we could lose it. And this is not as straightforward. Where does this happen? It happens in this socket closed. So let's try running this. So these two are connected. And now here's what's going to happen. I'm going to close the secondary. And on the primary... Oh, I never wrote that function. Well, anyway, we know that it's working on the primary because it's trying to call this function. But let's say I close the primary, not the secondary. So I close this. It should just say socket closed. Yeah, it does. So that's our issue. This needs to be more robust than that. There's a socket endpoint here. So I guess what we say is if this dot, oh wait, how do we do this? We never saved this thing. This right here. Does this get set to fully connected? Also, it should only ping if it's fully connected, but it should be a one direction ping. Yeah. Okay, right. So here's what I should have done. Ping overseer. So this should be, and I guess if this dot is master, here are the master updates. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, thanks for the follow. Z80. Does that have anything to do with assembly language? You'll have to let me know, Adrian. Otherwise, it's a peculiar combination of letter and number. So what's on my clipboard right now? The connection state to overseer. Right. So we check for where this is set. This is set here. And actually we know we're fully connected. So what do we do then? I guess we check to see if we're losing the connection to, so socket closed. If we're fully connected, so connection state to overseer equals connection state dot fully connected. Oh, just last name and last initial and birth year. Okay, never mind. Well, I don't know if you've heard of Zilog 80. Zilog Z80. But yeah, that's a microprocessor for Game Boy, actually, I believe. What is this? Wow. Computers. I have coded in Z80. And it was actually pretty interesting. Oh yeah, it means that now. Another Bing Wanderer. Thank you, Void Dreamer. You beat me to the punch. So if we were fully connected, then we need to know that we say this dot lost connection to Overseer. Now in the case that we lost the connection to an Overseer, we also want the socket ID. And in that case, it's socket endpoint.getID. Hey, sit, bro. So first what we want to do is delete this dot connected sockets socket ID. It may or may not exist. Note, this may not exist. This only exists on the secondary, when on the secondary. Is the money enough to deal with Bing? Bing honestly isn't a bad search engine, I think. Sometimes, yeah, I would probably be using Google. Like, if I'm searching, I don't know, there was a Reddit post that just happened recently, and I want to find it again. I'll probably use Google for that. But no, the amount of money is like $5 a month. Okay, so lost connection to Overseer, that's the first thing we do, and that handles this to-do item right here. Make sure that when the Overseers lose a connection between one another, this connected socket is taken care of appropriately. So that's important. The next thing that's important is saying this dot connection state to Overseer equals not connected. And I feel like this should happen here. It's not harmful for us to do this. It doesn't need to happen in two different places. Now, what if we disconnect between handshake start and handshake end? Then there's actually a problem. Although then the ping messages will find out there was a problem. Maybe. Yeah, I think that's fine. So set the connection state here. And then finally we need to figure out if this dot is master. If the master goes down, how do I do this? Lost connection to Overseer can't be called for both of these, can it? Okay, let's just say this. Console.log lost connection to Overseer. This dot is master. Alright, I need to figure out what's happening right now. I have a feeling this is going to print out on both of these, which is not a good thing. Just not a good thing. So I close this. It says lost connection to Overseer false. Yeah, so that's fine. And now over here, what? I closed the secondary and it says lost connection to Overseer true. Yeah. So all we know is that we lost a connection. We don't know if we went offline or I guess you, how would I differentiate between this? Is connected sockets an array? No, it is an object. Or at least it should be an object. Let's find out. Yeah, it's an object. Or a dictionary in most other languages. In Java it'd be a hash map. Would you say Google is overall better than Bing? I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think so. So if it wasn't for the money, I probably would not use Bing, but I don't think it's a bad product. And I guess the only times I would use slightly inferior products, I guess, comes to food, where I buy what's on sale and not necessarily what I like. And so, yeah, money does play into some of the decisions that I make. Actually, a lot of decisions I make. but you know, you get the gist. Okay, so connected sockets. So one of the other, this is what I'm wondering about. So there's this function, lost connection to overseer. This is being called all of the time, regardless of the nature of the disconnect. So I guess, how do I know whether why is this typing in colors? How do I know whether I lost my internet connection or I just lost my connection to one node? And here's where I could figure that out. I could use AWS's metadata service for this, probably. Can anybody get money from Bing? If you're in the US, you can. Are those $5 worth? What? I've gotten, I don't know the exact number. I want to say I've gotten like $120 or $150 from Bing so far. And that's non-trivial. $150 is a new monitor, I want to say. But I don't know how much monitors are right now. So I'll just say a new monitor. It's almost 3 video games. Yeah. So this is good. So that solution works except for when I'm running locally. Then what do I do? If I'm running locally, I think I could just reach out to any other website on the internet. So for example, I could just try fetching google.com or something. But is there a better way of doing this? Figuring out that I lost a connection to one thing or I lost a connection to everything? Like, there must be a better way to do this. Yeah, what's the solution here? I don't want to test with some arbitrary site. I mean, like, yes, Google is probably going to be online 100% of the time, but is there some better way for me to do this? Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I'll just... Actually, wait, does it even matter locally? I wouldn't be testing this locally. This wouldn't happen locally. No, no, Void Dreamer, no. Don't send me those pictures. I don't like that. Oh. Oh, God. Put the bandage back on. Put it on. Chat would probably appreciate that picture. As long as you put like NSFL next to it. It's actually not that bad, I think. But still. Okay, so running locally, I just wouldn't really have this problem unless I'm specifically testing for it. Oh, Void Dreamer linked the picture. I'm not showing this on stream. Void Dreamer hurt his finger, and it's just so I don't like that. I don't like it. Wow, Mike, I didn't know that. Look at Oh, Wheatley, that is the worst. That is just the worst. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Void Dreamer was drilling or something like that and drilled into his finger, and that's what that's a picture of. Oh boy. Okay, so yeah, I think we can just do this. And then if this happens locally, what do we assume? So if this happens locally, I guess we assume that we went offline. And so we just, yeah, let's try this out. So lost connection to Overseer. If this happens to us, we should just shut down. Yeah, we should just shut down. If not, this dot is AWS, then this is local, so let's just shut down since this would only happen in test scenarios. Yeah. So process.exit 0. I'll say this here actually. Logger dot, oh, this should be a logger.info. Oh, error maybe. Logger.error. Shutting down entirely since we are not on AWS. Okay, good. And then if we are on AWS, then we say logger.error. Wait, if we are on AWS, then we need to, we're on AWS, so try accessing the metadata service. If we can access that, then it means, wait, what does that mean? Wait, if the master goes down, okay, if we can access that and we're the master, then we know that the secondary is what went down. So we probably just alert an administrator via email. So if this dot is master, actually, I think what we do is to do hit AWS config, and if that works, then we know what we can do after that. Oh, didn't drill into it. My hand slipped and the drill bit caught it as it slipped. Kind of different. Oh, okay. Well, short story, long story. I'll be right back. I gotta grab some water. Yeah, AWS is Amazon Web Services. It's basically what lets you run a bunch of computers in the cloud. I can go into more detail if you want. Okay, well, as far as hitting the AWS config, there is this thing in my notes for this. Where is it? I don't know where. I wrote something about, oh, maybe I wrote it in the AWS note. Meta, yep, here it is, getting metadata. So this. So we need to access this, and how does this return data? It returned it as, well, let's take a look. Oops. It's opened up on the wrong page. Okay, how does it return? Retrieving instance metadata. To view all categories, use the following URL. Oh, I can use the git command. All metadata is returned as text. Content type text plain. A request for specific metadata resource returns the appropriate value or 404. A request for general metadata. It's just plain text, man. I want JSON. Man, fine. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, fine. I thought you were going to do everything on Azure. Did you have a problem that somehow affected your decision? I had to make a judgment call here. So Azure, yeah, well, the biggest. So Pro, I'm getting free money every month for about 30 more months. So that's the biggest pro. And the con was I don't know for sure that it can accomplish everything I want to do. So with AWS, I know for sure that it can do what I want, but I have to pay for it. And I know that it's got APIs using Node, and my voice has not been very good today. Hang on. Okay. So with AWS, I know it will accomplish everything, but it'll cost me some money to do that. So I decided to go with AWS. And there are more people who can help me in chat with AWS. And that was another important thing. I haven't done a lot of cloud service stuff before. And this is really important for Botland. Like securing this, getting it right, making sure it can scale. Okay. So I want to get this. In order to get this, I should be able to just fetch this from inside Node. Node.js. HTTP agent. I don't want to bake in a. Maybe I do. Bacon. I don't know if I want to use a library for this, or if I just want to use whatever Node provides right off the bat. Because all I need to do is query this, which, by the way, is this HTTP or HTTPS? It's HTTP. Wait a second. What am I doing? The AWS Node.js API documentation. Let's take a look at this. API docs. Got it. Tell the other chatters they're teasing me. Guys, Weedly has a sword, okay? I don't see you guys with swords. So who wants a sword? Anybody? Anybody want a sword? And yeah, Danthus, ask away. So do they have a metadata service API here? Metadata service. Interesting. This feature is not supported in the browser environment of the SDK. That's fine. All right. Just ask chat if they want swords. People go nuts. You can receive metadata about any available resource on the metadata service. So I just make a new metadata service and property summary, host, HTTP option. What? Static read write? What is this? I can pass in a host. Do I need to do this? The instance metadata service. Shouldn't AWS just know this? A map of options to pass the underlying HTTP request. A timeout. Oh, it has a default value. Oh, cool. That's good. So yeah, I think I just want to use this. I need to try this out though. What is this thing that red as a tortoise linked? Oh. Weedly didn't have it in there and then had it there. Wait, does that happen for everyone? Where did Weedly type cheers up hardline? I don't even see it in chat. There it is. Oh yeah, the sword shows for me. Danthus says, what's the simplest method for setting up a CI that will update specific group of EC2 instances based on test passing on the master branch? So asking me that's probably not a great idea because I only just started using AWS about a week ago. But yeah, I'm not sure the best way you could do that. I'd have to think about it, and I'm more thinking about how I'm going to accomplish this. Let me do something really quickly. If I launch AWS, I shouldn't have any instances. Yeah, do I have any? No, I have none. So let's do create safe. There, so now I have an instance starting up. I gotta wait for it to be running. It's pending right now. But then once I connect, I want to try out the Node.js API on this. So we'll see. I've got to be able to SSH into it as well. Is it running yet? It's running. Okay, so now we can try SSHing into it. AWS SSH? No. SSH AWS? Yeah. Oh, I need an IP. The IP is this. Okay, let me take this off screen for a second. It's not going to work the first time. It refuses the connection a whole bunch of times, and then it finally works. It takes like a minute before SSH finally works. Yep, connection refused. Well, once this is up, what I want to try using the metadata service from AWS itself. Oh, this is, oh, I can't do this. No, what am I talking about? This won't work, right? I have to, no, I can't do that. I can't do this without setting up my secret key on the box. I should try from my own machine. The problem with doing this from my own machine, though, is that maybe I actually can do this. Yeah, let me make this and see what happens. Okay, let's launch the AWS thing that I have. More aws.cmd. What does this do? Ah, there we go. So code, JavaScript, learning, AWS basics. Let's go into main.js, and I'll set this up here. So there's setup standard in handler. We're just going to cut this out. We'll say process.exit 0. And we'll make a new AWS metadata service. Var test equals that. And then what? What do we do? Method request to a path. And then we have a callback. That's perfect. So let's just request slash test.request slash function. What does the callback take in? Error and data. If error, console.error, error, return. Otherwise, let's just inspect the data. Cool. Let's try that out. AWS. Nothing happened. Okay. That's... Oh, because I want to do the process exit in my callback. Oh, so then I guess let's get rid of all of the rest of this stuff. This is not a good idea. I should have backed this up. Got error. Cannot reach. Oh, this needs to run from inside AWS. Yeah. So this is bad. You don't need the key for metadata if you're doing the EC2 instance metadata. I don't need it for that, but I need it for the API, don't I? Also, what did I miss in chat? My God, what's going on in here? Okay. Pretty sure it'll still work, everyone says. Well, one of the other things I'm going to need to do eventually is, I mean, this stuff will need my AWS key while it's running on AWS at some point. I'm going to need to figure out how I want to do that. Anyway, I think this is a pretty straightforward thing. And I'll just test it on AWS when I test it. The pipeline only allows you to specify a bucket or GitHub as a source provider. Oh, I was helping Danthus. Well, anyway, that's fine. I'm gonna cut this out. I think just knowing that I can do this should be okay. And we probably get rid of this stuff. No, saving that is fine. So here's the code that I want. And in order to use this, I need, actually let's reload that. I need the AWS SDK. So Overseer is going to need this. Let's go install it. infra overseer npm install save AWS SDK. Your chat background is black? Oh, it's just dark. With Better Twitch TV, you can do that. Like this. See? There's a settings gear down here once you install Better Twitch TV, and you can say dark mode. Just check this thing. Okay, so including this into here, that's the first thing I want to do. But then here, I need to, this is a global config. I don't want to set a global config, and then I don't totally know what to do if I don't set a global one. Yeah, I think I'm going to just ignore this for right now. Anyway, let's set up the code that I wanted here. So there was something down there about 169. Yeah, there it is. So this is where I'd want to do this. So hit the AWS config. So we're going to get this slash anything, actually. Even just slash is fine. And if we got an error, then we say logger.error, error hitting metadata service. And if we don't get an error, then we can check a bunch of stuff. So here's where we do this. Okay, so if this dot is master, so we know we hit the AWS API, so we must not have gone offline. So we need to promote ourselves to master. So that's if we're not the master. Else, actually we might as well write this down here. Lost connection to overseer. Contacted AWS metadata service. Since we are master, we can ignore losing the secondary. Well, we can't ignore it necessarily, but yeah, we know that the secondary is down. Else, we throw new errors saying never coded the promotion to master. Make sure to have AWS credentials on the box. Yeah, and that's it. I think that's it. What did you first use? DigitalOcean, then Azure, then AWS? Yep, that's correct. Oh, and hey, Merplix. And Ezekiel, thanks for following. You should get a whisper from Botlad pretty soon with a link to control my lights. Actually, anyone who follows gets that. So if you want to change the lights in my room, then follow. I'll just bribe everyone. Everyone gets $400 when they follow. Just not from me. This is called whenever the connection is lost to the other overseer. We know what we are, master versus secondary, but we don't know whether we're the endpoint that failed. In order to find out, this will attempt to contact another service on the internet. And then possibly promote ourselves from secondary to master if the master went down. So the socket ID, the socket itself is useless, but its ID is important so that we no longer track the socket that had just closed. Doesn't return anything. Why did you use DigitalOcean first, then Azure, then AWS? So I use DigitalOcean because Azure rejected my BizSpark application, and BizSpark gives you like a ton of free money. Basically, it's available to startups who don't make enough money. Well, when I say enough, I should phrase it as startups who make less than a certain amount of money. So I use DigitalOcean because it was the cheapest. I was spending $5 a month, and coincidentally, I had 2 months free. I got a $10 credit, so I didn't actually pay for DigitalOcean. And I managed to host my servers in there, but it was a half gig of RAM. So when I wanted to put a completely new server in there, it wouldn't fit in a half gig. So I had two servers running on there, and I needed a third one. So then the BizSpark application finally went through, so I got the credit. I set up on Azure. I made one VM just for the database and the REST server, and another VM just for the game server. And now I'm using AWS because, do I still have this thing written here? No, I don't. Well, I'm using AWS because I think it's going to be the easiest for me to get set up, even if it's not the cheapest for me to get set up. And unfortunately, I think I need to value time more than money right now. So it kind of sucks because I am getting quite a good amount of free money from Azure every month. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to be using it. Okay, so lost connection to server. This stuff should be working. Let's try this out now. So I don't really want this thing running. Let's just turn it off. Kill all. So this thing will have closed, but it'll also print out my IP address, I think. No, it doesn't. That's useful. Anyway, there, we killed it. So now we shouldn't have anything running anymore. We don't. Good. What type of keyboard am I using? Noob for Lunch has it. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I want to test this out. So we can close this. This doesn't matter. This stuff also doesn't matter. We installed the thing that we needed. I'm going to rerun these. So let's start up the primary. This is now listening, and it's trying to connect to the secondary, which isn't online yet. So we'll start the secondary. And now they should be connected. Good, they are. And now when I turn off the secondary, what's going to happen here? The primary says, lost connection to Overseer, shutting down entirely since we're not on AWS. Actually, that was really stupid. We should assume the other one went down is what I meant to say. Yeah, so this is local. So let's just assume the other endpoint went down, since this should only happen in test scenarios. So this was stupid. So one of the things we want to do here is promote to master. Promote to master. We just put this down here. Good. And then up here we would do pretty much the same thing. We would just say if this dot is master, well, if it's not the master, then promote it to the master. And then in here we'd have to put all of this into an else, or just return. Yeah, okay. Or we could say this dot local lost connection to Overseer, or maybe this should go at the end. Lost connection to Overseer local, then we put all of this stuff in there, which is really a basic function. I'd rather do things this way, I think. Plus it's a very simple refactoring. Okay, so logger.info. You are running locally this secondary Overseer locally, so promoting to master. And I don't even know what it means to promote to master locally. That, I don't know. It's probably just telling other endpoints. Merplix says, so I tried Even Nodes 7-day trial, and for $6 a month I can quit paying whenever I want as well, which is good. I get one instance with a half gig of RAM, FTP access, I think it's easy to manage as far as I've come. Do you think it's worth it? I don't know what even node is, so let me take a look. Okay, so this is meant for Node.js, which may be important for you because DigitalOcean is $1 a month cheaper for pretty much the same stats, I bet, but it's not meant for Node.js. It's just an all-purpose virtual machine. So you would have to manage that stuff yourself. And this probably lets you pull from GitHub or something like that. I don't know. What's their pricing? Wait, what? Why? 7-day free trial. Oh, never mind. I see. I was going to say they have a free tier. Why don't you just use that? But that's their free trial. One app instance. Oh, that's the other thing that's probably not so great about this. You get one app instance. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of suggest going with DigitalOcean instead of this. You get more storage. You get the same amount of RAM. But you can spawn as many instances as you want, as will fit into the amount of RAM you have. And Reacher made 1 gigabyte of storage for a Node application is practically infinite if it's running in just half a gig of RAM. I mean, this is not for development stuff, I bet, or production stuff, I meant. This is probably for a development sort of thing. Alternatively, Merplix, you can consider coding.io, which I have not used, but people have suggested it to me. They have a pricing thing, which I think they have some stipulations around their free tier. And so it depends. Well, what's this? No, this is different from whatever I remember. Okay, well, never mind. I don't know. Okay, yeah, I don't know what it is. So never mind. Well, so much for that suggestion. All right, so next we're going to do this lost connection to Overseer AWS. So let's swap these two things and then change this to a positive if condition. And put this here. And then in here, this will contain all of this stuff. Good. So now that function is very simple. Lost connection to Overseer. Well, I'll say to other Overseer. All right. And then these functions, I just want to comment. And I want to test it out too. So let's try, before I comment anything, let's just try this out. So I connect from the primary to the secondary. I close down the secondary. And on here it says lost connection to other Overseer. As soon as I start up the secondary, what happens? It just restarts. Great. Okay, so now we're going to do the same thing. Whoop. Yeah, actually that was the test. All right, done. So what happened here is you are running this secondary Overseer locally. So it says lost connection, and you're running it locally, so promoting it to master. But I never wrote that function yet. So at the bottom it says never coded the promotion to master. Also, one other thing. I should also consider how locally promoting to master will work. Okay, then that's it. So I tested everything. Let's check in. That'll just involve commenting. Oh my God, it's 1:41. Look at this. I am going to get lunch after this. That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. Okay, so fixed a bug where pings were being sent out regardless of whether or not the Overseer was master. They are now only sent when you're master, the primary Overseer. What else? Savage says, this is confusing but very entertaining, and I don't know why. Yeah, I get that every once in a while. I think it's interesting when people who don't know how to code stumble into this channel because it is something like, oh, what's going on here? And the people who are curious about what game I'm making, it's Botland, and I just linked a video into chat that describes what it's all about. It's an online strategy game, and most of the time that I ever give this little blurb about the game, it's playable, but due to a billing error, I won't have the servers online for another 3 days. So I can't show you the live server. I could start it on my own machine, But it would normally be playable right now, and you guys could try it out if you want to. But that video will suffice, I think, for now to give a good description about everything. And so what I've been working on lately has been the DevOps side of things, which is all of the back-end stuff. So lost connection to Overseer AWS. Let's comment this. This is the version of lost connection to Overseer that runs on AWS. Doesn't return anything. And this is the version that runs locally. Okay. Let's just assume other endpoint went down, since this should only happen in test scenarios. And then we're on AWS, so try accessing the metadata service. If we can access that and we're the master, then we know that the secondary is what went down. So we probably just alert an administrator via email. I wrote probably. I think I'll put this here to do alert an administrator via email that the secondary went down, that the secondary unexpectedly went down. That's the important part. What else did I miss in chat? I don't know how to code, but I like it. Does anyone know if Agar.io uses client-side prediction? Almost definitely. I think most multiplayer games that don't want to have weird movement glitches will use client-side prediction. HFM TV says, have you developed any other games or helped with other games? Yes, I have. So in my free time, I made this game, which is actually totally open source. I'll tag you in this message so you can see the... So this is called Ophog. The name is not important. And you can play it using the link that's in the GitHub README. And so I made this with a friend of mine. This took about 2 years. Like I said, it was in my free time. And then the last company I worked at was actually a game company. I haven't said which one. I don't plan on saying which one. And so I guess I helped with that game. Do you know Call of Duty? Would you be able to code that? So Call of Duty is one of those games where even if I said, yes, I know how to code that, it's such a large game that it would, for me to have made what you see in Call of Duty would have taken me like, I don't know, let's say 11 years, 12 years. It had a lot of people working on that. What else? Pushover.net. Allow pushes to my phone. Interesting. What's their pricing? No monthly fees. One-time license purchase. Applications can send a large number of messages for free each month, subject to monthly limits. Oh man, I'm super hungry. Oh, I need food. Oh man. I shouldn't have waited this long to get lunch. Alright, where do I write this down? File these concerns away. I don't know. I'm just going to write this on my note over here. Look into for as an alternative to sending out emails when something goes down. It can push directly to phones. Hey, bro. Working on a game for 11 years to make $257 million. I don't know. Like, because Savage, the thing is, you'd probably need startup capital. And by the way, me saying I'd work on it 11 years, I can't do the modeling, the audio, whatever else. I was just talking about coding for that. Maybe it wouldn't take 11 years to code it. It'd take a long time to code it all, though. Also, I haven't played Call of Duty. I'm basing this off videos I've seen and watching Twitch. You don't need food when you have code to write. Yep, cracking the whip over there. Telling me what I need, what I don't need. So promote to master. This will promote the secondary. I can't even type anymore. Overseer to the master. Doesn't return anything. What else can we? I'm just gonna close out of these things. So have I commented everything now? That's done. That's done. I need to write in the commit message what else I did here. added code to detect when the other overseer that we're connected to goes offline, goes down. No, that's incorrect. Added code to detect when we lose our connection to the other overseer. It has stubs for promoting to the master. Oh, whoops, I wrote something called var test in here, right? Yeah, this was stupid. This should be the metadata. See, this is why I need to get food. Where's test here then? Test dot, that changes to that. This is, yeah, that's it. That's valid now. And we're including this, right? Yes, good. Okay. But these haven't been filled out yet. Okay, great. Oh, noob for lunch. You got all the relevant emotes, huh? What else? That's not his hands, actually. Okay. So when I get back from lunch, so let's say lunch. Also, let's run just a basic giveaway. There. You can have fun with that stuff over lunch. So lunch, then when I get back, let's see what else we have. I'll just look over to-do list. I'm too hungry to think about any of this stuff right now. So let's see who's on the lunch list for today. Frunky and Jack HGTV. And look, that's it. Those are the last two people on the lunch list. Remove from lunch BRB. And we will paste these people into here. So BRB lunch, let's say 40 minutes. Actually, I don't know what I'm doing for lunch today again. I'll say 45 minutes. And if I come back early, I'll be back early. Would it be possible to make a multiplayer game for the Twitch offline screen? While it would be, I would not want to host it on my own machine. So I need to become a client for that game as well. I'll have to consider something like that. Actually, yeah, that's an interesting idea. I'll consider something like that. Merplix suggests making a multiplayer game for the... Oh, wait, for Twitch offline. No, Twitch offline is just a picture for the BRB screens. In fact, I think Botland is a good suggestion. I'll just go eat my lunch. Thank you all for watching so far. When I come back from lunch, I'll be back for about, let's see, 2.5 hours, maybe a little less than that. But there's still much more to do today. So I shall see you all soon. And thanks for watching.